the fastest growing sectors in the world, creating new and exciting opportunities for employment and growth worldwide, but also particularly in Jamaica. However, in spite of the sector's success, we cannot ignore the stark reality that gender inequality persists, and women remain underrepresented in leadership positions across the industry. According to the International Labour Organization, women make up only 36.5% of the workforce in the global services sector worldwide, and they're often concentrated in lower paying and lower skilled jobs. In Jamaica, the situation is similar. A study by JAMPRO found that while women represented 70% of the employees in the global services sector in Jamaica, they are significantly underrepresented in management positions. Women hold only 30% of senior management positions and just 20% of executive management positions in the sector. So we have a lot of work to do. However, there's a lot of hope, because I just sat down and just met Jacqueline Sutherland, who's the owner of Context 360, and realized that we have a Jamaican founder and female-owned BPO in Jamaica. And I think that that deserves a round of applause and some serious recognition. So this conference is an essential step towards addressing this issue and creating a more sustainable and inclusive future for all. We're here to examine the challenges facing women in the global services sector and try and get practical strategies for promoting gender equality and empowering women to achieve their full potential. Through these addresses and panel discussions and networking, we hope that practical steps can be developed. We recognize that gender equality is not just a moral imperative, it is also a strategic imperative. Companies with a gender diverse leadership teams tend to perform better financially and are more innovative and adaptable to change. By promoting gender equality in the global services sector, we can unlock new opportunities for growth and innovation while building a more just and equitable society. Now, when I came up here, I had to make a decision between wearing these glasses and the reading glasses, because I've reached that age where, you know, my eyesight is going one way or the other. But there was a time when my eyesight was really good. And in those times, sometimes a young man might see me and say, "Oh, can I open the door for you?" Or I was sat with a group of friends round a table and someone said, "Oh, ladies first." So let's bring that on. Let's say to the elder generation of gentlemen and ladies, yes, open the door, ladies first. So welcome today, and I hope that we can have some practical solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Definitely, we're opening the door. I think let's just agree we're going to leave that door open, right? I want to now take this opportunity to invite you to listen to a few remarks from the president of JAMPRO, Shalette Cox. She unfortunately had to travel on business for the country. And so please turn your attention to the screen to hear President's remarks, and then I'll invite Julia Hall, our skills development specialist, to the stage to give opening remarks. Thank you, everyone.
Melanie Sabrati, Conference Chair and Board Chairman for JAMPRO. Laura Rapani, Head of Labor Markets Division at the Inter-American Development Bank. Dr. Connie Bell, Senior Vice President, Teleperformance. Anand Biradar, President, Global Services Association of Jamaica. Egbert von Frankenberg, Chairman, Global Services Skills Council. Nicole Peter Patterson, expert on inclusive finance, gender and trade. Marjorie Straw, Program Director, Global Services Sector Project, Jamaica. Executives, people officers, talent managers, and other workforce specialists in Jamaica's global digital services sector. All speakers and other distinguished guests and attendees, a pleasant good morning to you all. It gives me great pleasure to give remarks on behalf of the Jamaica Promotions Corporation and to welcome you all to this first staging of the GSS Gender Conference. My sincerest apologies for not being able to join you in person due to travel duties, but I am happy for this opportunity to offer my sincere congratulations to the team for convening this important event and to offer JAMPRO the opportunity to highlight our continued support to Jamaica's fastest growing sector. I must applaud the global digital services sector for its continued and deepening collaboration, even as competitors, as you work together with us in government in a bid to address cross-cutting challenges. I truly believe that it is an opportune time for us as an industry to reflect and have open dialogue on how we can drive more balanced gender equality in Jamaica's workforce. It is no secret that the economic growth prospects for Jamaica is directly influenced by how engaged women are in the workforce, as well as wider economic activities, and importantly, how they are positioned to thrive. This is based on a number of factors, not the least of which is tied to a high number of women-led homes across the island. Discussions on workplace gender equality is becoming more topical across the globe, and the increase in discourse in Jamaica is no different. With the recent celebration of International Women's Day earlier in March, under the theme, Break the Bias, it is pleasing to see the importance levied by this sector on forging inclusive work cultures where women's careers thrive and their achievements are celebrated. Notably, over the years, the gender split on average has been 70% females to 30% male in this industry, which highlights the importance of the fact that in Jamaica, gender inequality is not always about bias for men, but sometimes it is the other way around, where men are marginalized at certain levels and in certain sectors. That said, as you move up the ranks of this industry and others, the ratio towards women decreases. And like so many other industries in Jamaica, men oftentimes emerge at the top of their organizations in C-suite positions or as directors of boards, both locally and overseas. We need to recognize that gender equality in the workforce can be more balanced if we empower all parties to participate at all levels of economic activity, thereby establishing more fair, just, and diverse societies, which results in an improved quality of life and greater productivity in business. This must be achieved if we are to achieve the even greater economic impact that this industry can have. And so I invite us today to be purposeful and deliberate in our discussions at this conference as we focus on gender equality and developing solutions and pathways towards creating a sustainable and inclusive growth for Jamaica's global digital services sector. Thank you and have a very impactful conference.
Good morning, everyone. Are you hearing me clearly? Awesome. All protocols having been established, I'd just like to state how pleased I am with regards to the attendance, persons coming out today to join us at this, our first GSS Gender Conference. For those who are now able to put a face to the name, my name is Jalaire, and I'm the Skills Development Specialist with the Global Services Sector Project. As a member of the team, who coordinated this event. Not only am I pleased to see that the industry is in support of this event, but I'm pleased that the speakers who we reached out to over the past few weeks, were able to join us to give us their expertise and their knowledge on the area of gender and all the related issues that are associated with that topic. I am pleased as well with regards to our team, members of the GSS project execution team, for not just staging this event, but going above and beyond to execute. I cannot tell you that this was easy to pull off this event, but we did it. So congratulations to the team, Tine, Luan, and Natalie, and of course, with the support of Marjorie. Which direction do I point this? Okay. Jamaica's GSS is one of the fastest growing sectors in Jamaica. The sector has grown significantly over the past decade, with a recorded 59,000 individuals employed across some 100 entities. With the sector poised to grow to 70,000 by the end of 2024, the matter of gender becomes a topical one, particularly when it's predominantly composed by women. The GSS Gender Conference is a platform created by the GSS project to enable members of the sector, along with key stakeholders in the ecosystem, to discuss, exchange, and share their knowledge on gender-related matters in the sector and to devise solutions to common problems that will benefit the sector. To achieve this, we have created a very engaging program, which overall will focus on varying topics that will seek to explore what gender equality really means, the state of gender equality in Jamaica's GSS and the world at large. We will discuss inclusiveness and equitable access to opportunities, including but not limited to job promotion, training, the corporate framework, the culture of organizations. We will highlight ways to overcome barriers that prevent women from reaching leadership positions. We will seek to evaluate the skills development programs that are available and an indication of what programs are needed to help develop a cadre of women skilled in IT or the tech segment. We have a good mix of local and international speakers with varying expertise to give valuable insights on gender-related themes. And of course, we are pleased to provide the platform and the opportunity for key executives to network, to connect, and to learn from each other. To open the conference, I will give a very brief highlight of key findings. I think I'm doing this wrong. There you go. Of key findings that were noted in the 2019 Gender Imbalance Diagnostic Survey that was executed by the project, along with some details that we have garnered from surveys executed by the industry associations, the Global Services Association of Jamaica and the Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance. As indicated before, the GSS sector comprises of 72% women. And this split over the years, it has always been maybe a point off, but it has always been majority women. Most of the employees in the sector are between the age group of 18 and 30. So we have a sector that employs a lot of young professionals. Whilst there's no deliberate gender-based barriers of entry in the sector, what the studies have found is that women are likely to have basic entry qualifications and therefore are more likely to get available jobs within the sector. Men, it is noted, employed in the sector enjoy faster rates of promotion than women. In the GSS, a pay differential was noted, not based on gender, but on the accounts or campaigns that you're assigned to. So of course you have campaigns that are IT related or what we consider as higher value added. And so the rate may be a bit higher than others. What we've also found is that IT related accounts, of course, pay a higher rate. And men stand to benefit from that higher rate because you have more men applying or being involved in those roles. Women are underrepresented in the IT, tech, and STEM segments, and is more likely to be left behind as the sector evolves technologically. It must be noted that the industry is heavily performance-based, and so the opportunities do exist for women to ascend into leadership positions. However, based on the study, it was noted that women in the industry sometimes get left behind as they are not assertive as their male counterparts and often miss out on leadership roles as a result. And I'm seeing Jackie's face. A quick survey was conducted by the GSS recently. And what we found, some of the larger firms responded. Of 22,308 employees, 70% again were females, and approximately 5% were in leadership roles. So with this foundation, we hope to ventilate some of these stated findings to look at whether what was indicated is still the case now. As I did mention, the study was done in 2019. A lot may have changed, and that's what we want to hear today from the industry. It is important for us to reaffirm the importance of gender equality, when we want to create a sustainable and inclusive economy. So I look forward to the presentations and the discussions, and of course, to hear from the audience. We have surveys scheduled, and of course, it is an open forum, so we do expect some form of dialogue. So yes, just on a point of order, to access the agenda, you are required to scan a barcode here. Marjorie said we have to go digital. We are living in the digital age, and we're in an industry that is digital. So you can get the agenda by scanning. And thank you again. And I do hope today is a very productive day.
Thank you. Thank you, Jalaire. I know that I can count on the empathy of the group here that, my name is going to be the name that's called for this, right? But yes, we are in a digital age, and we have to be able to embrace it and understand, for all compelling reasons. We have climate change, and so many things happening now that we can no longer even tell clearly when our hurricane seasons are and what's happening. So thanks, Jalaire, for putting me on the spot. But I want to also just take a moment to acknowledge Anand Birandar. I saw him walk in the room. Anand, where are you? Thank you so much for making it. Hi. And sneaking in, because she's at the back, but Gloria Henry, who has so many titles. I'm just going to keep it simple, Gloria, and say that you are just one of our stalwart, consistent support for this project and for the sector. Because if I were to really outline all the many hats Gloria wears, we might be here a little longer than I plan, right? All right, so now I want to just take this opportunity to invite Carol Watson to the stage. Carol will be the moderator for our starting with our Open Circle series. And Carol will, thank you, come to the stage. Carol conducted our gender diagnostic study, and I'm going to allow her to invite the panel and to, all of them are online. Laura is online. Yes, Laura Ripani is online. All right, so over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Marjorie. I'm assuming my mic is working. I hear it now. So I'm Carol Watson-Williams, and I conducted the gender assessment, the 2019 study. And it's a pleasure to be the panelist for this opening circle for this first conference on gender in the GSS. Along the panelists today are Laura Ripani, who is the head of the IDB's labor market division, and she's going to join us online. And she specializes in the area of work, the future of work. And she has a particular interest in improving opportunities for women and in the workplace. And she's published extensively in academic journals, looking at areas of social protection, labor markets, and education. Also joining me is Anand Biradar, who is he's a Harvard Business alum, and he is now the president of the global services sector in Jamaica. And he has significant experience in technology, customer experience, healthcare, business process management industry, and over 20 years of experience in strategy design and execution, business development, and so on. And he is currently with a global transformative healthcare BPM. So Anand, I welcome you.
Melanie Sabrati, Conference Chair and Board Chairman for JAMPRO. Laura Rapani, Head of Labor Markets Division at the Inter-American Development Bank.
That's
Dr.
okay.
Connie Bell, Senior Vice President.
It's a repeat of the president of JAMPRO's thing. So we're waiting for Laura, but while we wait for the connection to Laura, I just wanted to say that doing the gender assessment of the services sector was a very interesting undertaking. And as Julaire pointed out, we found some really, findings that caused us to reflect on what is going to happen next in the GSS sector. So we know that currently it is female dominated. A lot of young women we know work in the sector. But as we consider what happens next and we think about where this sector wants to go and how the plans for the development and expansion, I think I'm going to sit beside Anand.
Yeah.
And how the plans for the development and expansion of the sector might cause us to reflect again on the gender balance as we go forward. So these are some of the things that I want us to, have in our discussion while we welcome Laura. Hi, Laura. Morning.
Hi. Good morning. Thank you for having me. Nice to see you all.
We need to hear her too. I'm going to start off by have we corrected Laura's sound, because I wanted Laura to start us off looking at macro issues that affect gender in the workplace and women's participation in the world of work. One of the interesting things, while we're sorting Laura, that the study also found was that because of the people policies and the human development policies that you have in the sector, respondents told us that they were able to get flexible time off. To just invite you to talk to us a little bit about how you see the sector developing and how you see the workplace practices facilitating the retention and continued participation of women. Laura?
Hello. I lost the audio for a minute. Sorry about that, but I want to start thanking very much for inviting me to this conference. I really appreciate this because we have been supporting the GSS project for many years. from the Inter-American Development Bank, and I really appreciate the leadership of Marjorie and the whole team in this process, and also congratulate the team for doing this gender imbalance study that was done in 2019, because it brings you more information about the gender equality in the sector. And I think promoting gender equality is very important. So I will start with that. And then I would like to express the commitment of the Inter-American Development Bank to promoting gender equality and empowerment. And why is that important for the IDB? It's because in addition to the intrinsic value of having gender equality, studies have shown that reaching gender equality contributes to economic growth, development, and breaks the cycle of intergenerational transmission of poverty. And just to give you a number, according to enough IMF research, in Latin America and the Caribbean, closing the gender gap could increase GDP by 22% on average, of which approximately 4/5 of this increase would be the result of the incorporation of workers in the labor force. But the 1/5 of this increase I found interesting, that could be due to the effect of the complementarity of the labor force participation of men and women, and the effect that this complementarity has on productivity. So it's not only incorporating men and women and having gender equality in the labor market, but also it's important to have this gender equality because there is complementarity between men and women at work. And in terms of the labor market, one of our emphasis at the IDB has been promoting that women and girls enter more in STEM careers. So we know that there is a segregation, occupational segregation in the labor market, but this labor segregation or occupational segregation comes from women and girls that don't select careers in STEM. In Latin America and the Caribbean, women account for 60% of graduates of tertiary and university programs, but they represent only 30% of STEM careers. And this reveals the low propensity to choose these careers corresponding to high productivity sectors like the global services sector, and within the global services, the knowledge-based services, right? And this problem intensifies when you see mathematics intensive fields of study, such as technology, engineering, that have approximately 28% of graduates that are women. And as Julier was mentioning at the beginning, I could hear that part, but then I lost the audio for a minute. But she was mentioning that within in Jamaica, the gender imbalance study showed that one problem in the future could be that within the global services sector, even though more women are participating compared to men, we see that women are located in jobs that are not so much related to STEM and knowledge-based sectors. So in that sense, for the future, we have to promote more participation of girls and women in STEM careers in Jamaica. So in the future, women are gonna have more access to these jobs that are gonna be increasing in demand globally. And obviously, Jamaica is well positioned with the global services sector to access those jobs, but we have to promote that women can access more of these jobs.
Thank you so much, Laura. I want to bring Anand in here to talk to us more about what is happening on the ground. So the survey had, these findings that were spoken about, women in ICT, the predominance of women. As you survey the sector, what do you see going forward as some of the things that we really need to keep a focus on around this gender balance?
Yeah, thanks. Want to do a mic check?
I can hear you.
I know.
I don't know about the others.
Okay, so morning, everybody. I'm glad. Thank you for the invitation. I want to thank IDB and JAMPRO for powering GSS as a project 4 or 5 years ago. So it's not only a solve for the skills and the fuel the growth of the industry, but I'm glad we're looking at gender equality as a subject to really look at and solving for future problems. So which is fantastic. So I'd say globally, diversity, equity, and inclusion is taking center stage, along with ESG compliance. I think there is the larger population of the corporate are more educated, more focused on driving this equality across all facets of business and life. And I would think GSS specifically is a very shining example of driving equality. Gender has no role to play, whether it comes to promotion, compensation, opportunities. It's absolutely gender neutral industry. So that way, I think it's been fantastic for GSS, right? So far, the journey has been fueled by engagement services in Jamaica, right? Because of the language command, affinity with the culture, etc. And this is all predictable path. Many countries have gone through this path. The future, because Jamaica cannot play the scale game, right? There's a limit to headcount, there's a limit to size, but the future is inevitably of delivering high value services. It's not a if, it's only a question of when and how we get there. And that high value services will require two strong things. One thing has come out already. Girls in school in STEM is absolutely essential to power that. Today, if there's a job opening for, a full stack developer or a Java technician, it's mostly men who apply for it, consequently, because of more men take STEM as an option. So there are other countries have gone through this already and powered up women in STEM. I know women in STEM is a big movement around the world. And I think I've heard some discussions in Jamaica as well.
Yeah.
I think so. We should double down on that and push more and more women in STEM. And as in the next 5-10 years, Jamaica moves up the value chain, there'll be more and more women in tech, right? And they're wonderful. They're very, very successful globally. So that's one. STEM is one part. The other part, I would say, is it won't just stop at STEM, but it's also financial inclusion overall. I think in many other countries, I don't have the data on Jamaica specifically, so I would ask for your excuse if I'm incorrect here. But looking at other countries globally, a lot of experiments are done, and in a one simple experiment, if I can take a minute.
Go right ahead.
Right. About 50 men and women were asked to stand in a line, and for every question, if the answer is a yes, you take a step forward. If the answer is a no, you take a step back. For the first 5-10 questions, generic in nature, men, it was 25 women and 25 men. They were all in and around the same band. There was not much difference, right? And these questions are personal in nature. They touch life, they touch work, they touch their value in the society. Now, as the questions progressed, the disparity became very obvious, right? You would see a lot more men in the front and a lot more men in the back, women in the back. And these are volunteer responses, right? You have a choice to say yes or no, right? And if you say no, you take a step back. And that experiment sheds light on, and these were all software engineers. These were all techies. It's nothing to do with STEM, right? So it points finger at financially being savvy. Financially, it's not just having financial knowledge, but being responsible for all financial aspects of life. So I'm thinking as we solve for STEM, we should also absolutely solve for access, opportunities, anything to do with financial, and women more in finance and taking more control of financial. It could be Yes, being on the board, right? I think more women need to be on the board of directors of most companies, and also in the C-suite. I think that should drive the.
Very interesting observations, and I want you to pick up on two things and invite Laura to join me in this discussion. The first one is this matter of gender neutrality. So I'm always very suspicious of gender neutrality. Let me just say this, right? To be honest, as a gender person, because sometimes what gender neutrality does is to render gender invisible. And when you want to be gender responsive, you don't want to make it invisible. You want to acknowledge it and then put in place strategies and interventions to deal with it. So that's just one thing, and Laura can share a comment. The other one that I want to strongly support you on, but to bring a more gender thinking around, is this whole matter of financial inclusion, because it is very important for women. And but it's also very important for us to understand the factors that may lock women out of financial inclusion. And I'll just perhaps invite Laura to comment on that.
Great, thank you. So related, Carol, to the gender neutral approach, I would say that for some aspects of like the labor market, that could work. For example, when you select personnel and you like make invisible the gender because you are trying to promote that the employers don't select a person based on gender, that could work. But I agree totally with you that for some other aspects of the labor market, like career promotion, training, and things like that, you would like to specifically generate the tools and the mechanisms to promote career development for women, to promote that women are placed in good jobs, in quality jobs, and in careers that have a future. So in that sense, I would say that for some aspects, it could work, and for some other aspects of the labor market, I would like to have specific tools and consider the differences, not only in aspects that were mentioned at the beginning, like assertiveness, right, of women and how it's perceived or not, but also some other aspects like the preferences, for example, for flexibility. If women would like to have more flexible jobs because they would like to conciliate their work with the family mothers, that this in many times the case that women have to care for children or for older adults, then having more flexibility in the labor market could greatly help women to have access to good jobs. And obviously the global services sectors is a sector that especially has more flexibility compared to other sectors, right? So yes, I would leave it at that for the moment.
Thank you so much, Laura. So the whole matter of financial inclusion, Anand, do you have any other thing you want to leave with us on that matter? Because you raise a very important point about how women secure themselves economically, regardless of what sector they're working in.
Yeah, and I acknowledge your comment, right? Gender neutrality is fine, but gender invisibility is not, right? But there is a risk of neutrality slipping into invisibility, which I think is a problem. So I concur with you. And flexibility, like Laura pointed out, I think there was an experiment done and to put a dollar value to flexibility, right? And in the last 4 years is when the world has really seen flexibility coming into bear, especially with the gig economy, where people can work when they want to work and take a break when they want to take a break. That's influencing other industries as well, including GSS. And I think flexibility, I would say in dollar terms, people are willing to trade between 5 to 17% of their compensation in return for flexibility. That's just a mathematical value, which means it's table stakes. So jobs will evolve to adopt flexibility into, so it should support overall agenda of driving gender equality. And I would say in terms of financial inclusion, it's very important for the stakeholders to commit, right? It could be the government, the policies and frameworks, the education system, and more importantly, the corporates. The corporates need to commit to bridging the gap, right? It could be through focused educational program, how to financially manage yourself and your family. And specifically, you know, I've coming to Jamaica for 10 years, living here for 6-7 years now. And I've seen it myself that women have a harder life compared to men, because they got, like Laura pointed out, you got kids, you got family to manage, and you have to, you know, aggressively move forward in the corporate career and improve yourself. So it's important that they be empowered with the tools to better financial planning, right? Individual financial planning, investments, investing in stocks, things like that. You don't need to be a millionaire to think about all this, right? For sure. You just need to empower people with the knowledge and tools. And I think that is a simple step everybody can take to progress forward in the financial inclusion.
Thank you very much. I want to wrap up, but I can't leave without asking about COVID and how it may have affected your, you know, the dynamics and the gender dynamics, perhaps also, because we know that women carried a lot of the cost of COVID-19, in the sense that because schools were closed, women had that additional thing to think about very often. Did you see any, within the sector, did you see any specific gender impact of COVID-19 that you would want to highlight before we end?
It has had an impact. It's a very, very good point you bring about. So it helped, right? It helped to realize the importance. I can tell you sometimes the corporates may, you know, you got your targets to chase and you may not see the sensitive aspects of people's lives. But with COVID, the GSS industry did fantastic. No downtime. I think Jamaica had a headway about 10 to 12 days before, because it all started east.
Yeah.
Right? By the time we could catch up, I think we made grounds and we were better prepared for COVID. And we did really well. Overall, and you know, when a lot of industries sank, you know, tourism, our biggest industry, GSS was probably the most steady during the COVID times, and where I'd say 70-80% of them work from home. And then I think when people start talking, it's so much more easier it became easier to deal with. So which is why I think looking at all these aspects. Going forward, Jamaica is GSS industry will take the path of 70-30 model, 70% work from office, 30% work from home starting Jan 2024, which, you know, addresses these, right? Whoever is in need, you know, we value their flexibility, we give them the opportunity to work from home, and also work around giving the flexibility around timings as well. It's not an easy one, you know, it's easier said than done, I have to say, but it's the path we're taking. The industry is committed to it because women are the future, I would say, in this industry. I mean, across management levels, you will see it happening and they do a phenomenal job. So, yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you both. Thanks, Laura. Thanks, Anand.
Thanks, Carol. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
For this very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Anand, Laura, so much for that input. My next speaker. Oh, 1 second. Yeah. Our next speaker is Dr. Connie Bell, Senior Vice President for Teleperformance and she will be discussing with us today gender equality and the future of work. What will the next 5 years bring? But allow me to share with you who Dr. Bell is. Dr. Connie Bell and her team manages and conducts investigations related to compliance, privacy, fraud, and other security incidents in collaboration with operations, human resources, legal, and IT information security personnel. She leads the Global Fraud Detection Analytics, FDA, which is responsible for developing predictive analytics to detect fraudulent activities, and the Global Incident Response Team, responsible for driving and directing the incident response process for teleperformance globally. Dr. Bell is also in charge of a team dedicated to the US and responsible for detection analysis, investigations, and intelligence for clients within the financial sector. On top of her doctorate, Dr. Bell has a bachelor's degree in organizational behavior from the University of San Francisco and a master's of business administration in organizational management from the University of Phoenix. During her studies, she was recognized by the Golden Key International Honor Society and the Delta Mu Delta Lambda Sigma chapter in recognition of her high scholastic attainments. Dr. Bell has over 28 years of experience in telecommunications, ranging from call center, retail operations, compliance operations, training and development, data protection, incident response, and breach management. Her work experience includes 10 years in banking with credit and collections. Always a champion of diversity, she serves as a teleperformance global ethnicity lead and is an active member of several employee resource groups like TP Women Asian at TP and Latinx. She's co-chair on the board of Her Black at TP and sits on the advisory board, serving as a mentor for TP Leadership Continuity Program. Other boards and committee activities, she's a board member of the Gift of Adoption North Texas, member of the Women Information Network, member of the Texas Women Foundation, member of the Global Society of Empowered Women, and member of the Cyber Ladies. It's really a pleasure to have Dr. Connie Bell here with us this morning. Please, I invite you to the stage and give her a round of applause.
And then just point and click. All right. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So I don't mean to be out of order, but I don't want to be unseen either. So anytime I speak, I really like to kind of walk and I like to engage the audience. So I think you're supposed to get information on Kahoot, Melanie? Like on Kahoot, do they have that? Yeah. Okay. I don't want it up there yet, but okay. All right. So do they have it or? Okay, tell you when I want, okay, all right. All right, so I am so honored to be here. This was absolutely a great opportunity. When Jalaire was up there talking about, you know, how it was organizing everything and getting everyone here, I thought, okay, she's talking to me because I did give her, I gave her a little hard time trying to get here on time. So just really excited to be here. This is my first conference with GSS. I looked into it, I researched it. It's an absolute phenomenal opportunity and thing that you guys are doing here in Jamaica. So keep it up. All right, so I'm ready for first slide. Okay, so I'm going to start with a question. And I think Anon answered this already, but let's try this. Okay, so a lot of people don't know that there is really a difference between gender equality and gender equity. And so I have four choices up here. So ready? Okay. Is it going to go? Okay, so while we're waiting on that, so anybody familiar with the Dallas Mavericks in the US? Yay! Okay, so I live in Dallas. I'll say Dallas because it's kind of outside of Dallas, but I live in Dallas and my best friend is the CEO of the Dallas Mavs. And she is one of the first female CEOs in the National Sports League. And she wrote a book. So I'm going to give that book out. But okay, so I'm sorry, I went a little fast, but here's the answer because I wanted you guys to yell out the answer, but here's the answer. So equality is basically focused on each individual. It basically means that everybody's equal and we're going to give you the same opportunities. You have the same resources. Where equity is where each person is provided individual opportunities or resources based on their needs. So there's a picture out there. I do not own the rights to this. So I'll say that. So there's a picture out there that talks about equality. So as you can see with equality, you can see everybody has the same resource. And so when everybody has the same resource, sometimes what happens is somebody gets left out. So you see where the little guy here, so even though he has the exact same resources, he could not see over the fence. Right. So these are some of the key points there. And I'm going to spend a lot of my time on my last page. So I'm going to kind of run through this. All right. Okay. So here's another question. So I need you guys to yell out the answer because the person that's most engaged here is going to get this book. Okay. Gender balance across different hierarchical levels of a company indicates gender equality. True or false? True. 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 Now you're going to change your answer. So, all right. Let's see what the answer is. Okay, the answer is true. Good job. Okay, let's have one more. Okay, and I think Anand said this, somebody said this earlier. So globally, approximately 6% of CEOs and 15% of CFOs are female. True or false? Anand said true, true, true. Okay, everybody's like true. True. All right, let's talk a little bit about equity. So equity says that I'm going to give you what you need, right? The resources that you need so you all have an equal opportunity. So as you see here, the little guy got a little bit more so he can have an equal opportunity as his peers that's standing here. Okay, let's see what else we got. You guys like this little lady? I'm like, I love her. All right. All right. Of course, right here.
One point you made is obvious, I think. But you also observe that there are the resources haven't changed. It's not like you've added resources, you redistributed.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's the point, right? So, because it doesn't mean that if we are trying to be equal and I'm different, right? You might not need as much as I do. Right. So you may give some of your resources to me because, you know, of course, I'm shorter. I'm the little person. Exactly. Uh-oh. Good eye. All right. So gender gap and differences between men and women are reflected in which of these? So all of them, I heard all of them. Okay. Anybody else got a difference of opinion? You think it's all of the above? Okay, right, all of the above. Good job, good job. Okay, so here's the reality. This is where we live at today, right? Anybody disagree? Is like, this is what we see today? So the thing here is that we all recognize that there's a gap, right? I think that's first. I think that's what Jamaica is showing. That's why you're out front, right? Because you recognize that there's a gap, right? We also recognize that there's differences in people and certain people are underrepresented, particularly women. So, so you guys know I have my doctorate. And so initially my study was going to be on the underrepresentation of women. The company I work for saw different. So at that time, because not Teleperformance, I didn't work for Teleperformance, but at that time, because they were partially paying for it, so they made me do something that was more related to the company. The cool thing about it is they paid for it. I retired and I went to Teleperformance to use it. All right. Okay. So there's a fourth part. So a lot of times when you see this on the internet, if you Google this little slide, you'll just see the first three. You'll see equity, equality, reality. And this is what I call liberation. So anybody see anything different on liberation? So it's all about removing everything, right? Right. So it's like advocating for the rights of all the individuals. So I think men in this room, I'm so glad to see men in here and not all women in here, because we need you guys as allies. Because oftentimes, right, because of it's not distributed appropriately, we're not in the room. When decisions are being made, we're not part of that, right? So studies show that from 2016 until now, the trend actually, and what you saw, and it's interesting that this initiative started, this project started in 2019, because in 2016 to 2019, you saw this, right? So you see all the focus on gender equality, you saw focus on cultural equality, everything kind of went up. And so we talk about COVID, and so this is not written, this is just me. So when I think about it, I wonder if COVID, and Melanie and I were talking about this, allowed us an opportunity to sit back and focus on some of those strategic things that we could do, right, to improve our organizations, like equality across gender, across race, across sexual preferences. And so we see a lot of those initiatives going like this, and then they started to come down. Studies show that, and Nan probably knows, I've read a lot of what he wrote. So studies show that it actually would take 132 years globally to get gender equality. That's kind of sad, right? So I think having a project like this is one, that forefront that will allow you to be ahead of that trend. I want to talk a little bit about and acknowledge you guys here in Jamaica from a teleperformance perspective. Oh, no, I got another question. One more question. You can't answer. Everybody knows that? False. What is it? And finally, this talks to why it's important for organizations to have gender equality. And so, anybody know why before we get to the answer? Right, they get higher revenue growth when you have diversity and you have that kind of equity and you have that innovation. So you don't have all the like minds, you don't have all the like genders. You get better returns through revenue. So what's the answer? 19. Yay! All right. So in terms of TP, some of the things that we're doing to bend this trend is we focus a lot on TP women, ERGs. Prior to coming to TP, I worked for another company. You'll probably find it on LinkedIn, so I can tell you, AT&T. Okay. And we had an ERG. What was unique about TP, and I was a part of that, what was unique about TP is being able to be engaged with women globally. That just like sparked something, right? So we focus a lot on that, and being able to mentor women that are not just in the US for me was phenomenal. Because I think that they thought that they were getting something from me, but I was actually getting something from them. So having an ERG, employee research group, in case anybody doesn't know, employee research group, I think is one of the solutions. It's not the solution, but it is a solution. The other thing is dashboard track changes. So we actually have a dashboard to help us track the changes of, are we making an impact on changing the distribution of women in leadership positions and networks. So we also have started to focus on the hiring people from disadvantaged groups. So anybody heard of blind hiring? I think that's important. I don't think that's the solution, but that is a solution, because blind hiring allows us to hire people not based on their color, their race, their gender. It's totally unbiased, right? And so it is absolutely a great thing to look at. Anon talked a little bit earlier about women being in tech and women being in finance. I absolutely agree with you. I will tell you that my security IT experience is probably about 10 years old. No, 9 years old, 9 years old. I won't tell you how old I am, but I've been working a long time. But it's only about 10 years. Never in a million years would I have imagined myself being in tech. Never, ever, ever. And I was asked by one of our DROs for a previous company to take on a team for my experience that I had in the call center environment. And so, okay, yeah, this is cool. This is a new challenge, which started to help engage me. So I do believe, because what I will tell you, Anand, is that doing that, that's what opened the doors to my career. That's what really opened the doors to my ascension. I actually felt stuck. And so, you know, there is something to allowing and providing women education into finance and into technology. And women, don't be scared of it. I was totally scared, totally freaked out. So I went back to school and I got my certification in cyber. And so I can learn that door was open to me. I had to pay for it this time, but it did. That's what got my ascension going. So I had to move into a male dominated field. I am still today the only female, they'll tell you, on our team. So it's still like that, but essentially though, the door that I walked through allowed me the opportunity to ascend. So I think that's absolutely important. Okay, so I think that's all that I have. Oh, wait a minute, we were going to talk about 5 years. Okay, so we went back. Let me go back to I said 132 32 years. Let me just tell you where, at least from a TP perspective, where I need to acknowledge the TP team here. Thank you guys for coming. Woohoo! Is that here in Jamaica, we actually have a 50-50% split in men to women ratio in director and above, and in our call center. So you guys have done a fabulous job. Thank you. Now we just have to get that everywhere else. Right? So that's all that I have. Do I have a time for questions? Okay, she's doing something. Okay, I'm good. Okay, all right, questions.
One question I have, based on a point you just raised, is it that as females in times we hold ourselves back?
We're scared, right? So Laura, I think it was Laura. So women, there's fields we don't step into. I think they're not naturally in, you know, how we behave or traditional. We're not pushed that way. You know, I was pushed to go to business school, right? I pushed my son to go to technology school, right? So we're pushed in a different direction. So then when we get in these environments, we go, you know, no, I can't do it. You see all the guys in there. No, not really, you know. And not talking about to anybody in tech, I'm gonna apologize for this, but they don't really have a good personality. I mean, they're kind of dry, right? It's like, so it's like, I want to have fun, right? So I'm on the call and I'm like this, and, you know, so they're like, you know, straight and whatever. Our personalities are just different. So we don't totally navigate towards that direction. So I think it's that fear of not knowing if we can be successful at it. It's like, I'll stay doing what I'm doing because I know this and I know I can be successful. And then versus, you know, going head on with that. So I think that, you know what, take the chance. It's worth it. Like I said, I think you will open more doors. Again, I think the men that's in the room are going to have to be our allies. I'm going to keep saying that over and over again. They have to be our allies because we're not in all the rooms. where those decisions are made. So I think if we can create allies with the men in those roles, then they can be allies for us and help open those doors and maybe even make it feel safer for us to walk through. I see a question over here. Mhm. I would just say finance, technology. For me, I also like the business, the business side of it, the operations side of it. I think you could create so think about if you're trying to ascend to the C-suite, those people have strategy, operations, I mean, they're a little bit more balanced. And here's the deal, guys. I don't believe that you have to be an expert at everything. You have to know how to build the teams that are the experts, and you need to learn how to run the teams, right? Right. So oftentimes that's another fear that we have, right? We feel like we have to be the expert. I'm not the expert. My team is the experts. I have a team of experts. That's why I'm here today, because they're doing my job and they're doing their job, right? So I just have to have that team of experts and be able to drive that team. Good question. Mm-hmm.
You mentioned, that we need to collaborate to make it safer for women to be in IT. But what about being bolder? We work in environments where it may not be safer. We may not have someone who can necessarily outline that path to us. Yet still so many, and there are a few in this room who took and who take that leap, who have to be bold to go into these new areas and not rely on, especially men, but not rely on persons to necessarily give that safe framework.
Yeah.
What would you say to that? How can we build a better culture, a better framework that allows women to be bolder and to understand the opportunities that are there for them without necessarily that being outlined on, I'm sorry for the talk.
No.
On the list.
No, good question. So, and again, guys, I'm answering things on my perspective, my education, my experience. And so so I think there's, because I'm going to try to answer this right, but I think that being from the US, I think culturally it's different, right? So I don't want you guys to go run and do something that's like she said. So it's different in the US, because in the US, as a Black woman in the US, in this type of role, in a leadership role, senior leadership role, one of the issues or one of the concerns that I have, and probably those women that are under me, is we call it, I'm not yelling. So because we tend to be more aggressive, more assertive, and people take it wrong because they think that we're aggressive and, we're hostile, we call it the angry Black woman. So there's a book, it's called I'm Not Yelling. If you have an opportunity to read it, phenomenal book. And so for us, it's trying to tone it. So my experience is trying to tone it. So for me, I think that, to answer your question, I think it's having that employee research group or that women-focused organization for women like yourself, like me, that are able to mentor and take these women, in our wings. So if I had a mentor that was ready to do that, I would practice and practice and practice with that person. But I think that the support would come from other women. Unfortunately, oftentimes, because we're typically so focused on being underrepresented and our own journey, we forget to say, hey, come along with me, right? And so we leave each other out. So I do think that having that organization or that support or that forum that allows us to help each other, I think is the answer to that. Yep.
So between the three of us here, we've got 5 young girls at home. So what kind of advice would you give to? What kind of advice would you give to fathers like us with young girls at home?
So I would say don't create limits. There was a study that was done, and I'm gonna ask this right here. So there was a study that was done Everybody just stand up for a second. I am gonna answer your question, Omar, I swear. Okay, so when you were younger and you used to color, and you would just color, you have Mickey Mouse on there, and you're coloring way up in the corners and whatever. So how many of you at kindergarten, you start coloring in the lines if you did sit down? How many of you, when you got to be in about the 4th or 5th grade, you start making sure you colored in the lines? Sit down. That's what you need to teach your girls. Let them color outside the lines. Okay, so the point of that is that at some point, somebody started telling us that we need to color inside the line. And so when we start coloring inside the line, you start to limit yourself. So I would tell you, let your girls color outside the line. Whatever they want to do, you let them do it. So we have this idea of what's a woman's job, what's a male's job. Why is it just not a job? Okay, one right here. Oh, I'll see you.
Because I was taught to put up within the line, but I had a father who exposed me to many things outside the line. And so from I was small, I was going to galleries, we did trips outside, but when it came to education and certain things, there was a way to do it. So even though I colored within the line by 4th grade, I had great exposure prior to that.
So, but I would still say you were outside the lines because your exposure was out of the lines, right? So, but if your exposure was limited, if your father did not expose you to that and all you knew was in the lines, you would have that barrier for yourself. Okay. And I'm sorry, what's your name? Millicent? Okay, so Millicent has been like really, really engaged here. So I am going to give you the. So, this is a good one. So that is, you've been chosen by St. Marshall, and I'm gonna send you one. She's like, no, that's mine. Okay. All right,
So
that's all I
mine is
have.
More of a,
Oh, 2 more questions. Okay.
thank you. Mine is more a statement than a question. And it goes back to what you were saying previously regarding the 50-50% split at TP. So part of me wants us to look at future, where in a situation like that, it doesn't stay at TP, it transfers to other companies within GSS. And then the other part is, we're all here today. We are women, we are the future. How do we create a legacy for your daughters coming after us? And so it's a challenge that we start working together. So that support that you were talking about earlier, how can we create that pool where as females, we know that, hey, if we need a rock, if we have that lack of support within ourselves from a skill set standpoint, that we are able to go to TP, call on you, go somewhere else, call on someone else, or just reach out to GSS. I think for us to grow and become that shining light and example and actually change and transcend what's happening now, that's a route that we have to take, where it's not just about us talking about it, but it's about us doing something to fix it.
So I think that's a question for Marjorie. So because I absolutely agree with you. And so that Marjorie, that's probably one of those projects that you need to get started before 2024.
Excellent comment that you just made. About 2 years ago, we host an annual GSS apprenticeship week. And one of the remarks that the apprentices made is they would love more cross-functional exposure. We have an industry that is highly competitive. But have a shared vision. I think, Anan, it's a good challenge, and Egbert, if you're online and hearing me, this is a good challenge for the GSS for us to figure out how can we sort of leverage the different strengths, albeit I know that it could be a competitive advantage, so I'm also very mindful of the landscape, but still, can we, talk about this some more and see what we can do for cross-functional strength, even a virtual women tool or for sharing. We do a lot for social media pages in terms of sharing tips and ideas from everyone in the industry, but I think there's definitely room to strengthen. So that will be tabled on the agenda. Yes, sure. Thank you. All right, thank you so much, Connie Bell, Dr. Bell, for this. I'm usually, okay, I'm putting these here because I'm definitely ditzy with mics and so on. Right? All right, so now we're going to go into our next session. And that is, it's an audience engagement exercise being led by Jalaire Hall, our skills development specialist. Live survey capture. So over to you, Jalaire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marjorie. Okay, so as mentioned earlier, we're gonna be having some live surveys, and we'll be using a platform called Menti. So I'm gonna ask everyone in here to take their cell phones out or their iPads or tablet and log on to www.menti.com. Okay, when you're there, the code for the question is 419-6111. And I'll repeat, 419-6111. Okay, so the question is, well, not necessarily a question, but we spoke about the findings from the 2019 Gender Imbalance Diagnostic Study this morning, and there were a lot of reference in the panel discussion as well. So what we want you to do is to look at the statements and if you strongly agree or disagree today. So to the left, strongly disagree, I think gives a point of 1, and strongly agree is 5. So you can move the meter to anywhere between 1 to 5 for each statement. So it's gonna be live. So it seems as if no one has already responded because we're gonna see it here. Oh, there you go. Okay. I do hope online is participating as well. Oh, okay. Thank you, Natalie. So we've gotten 14 responses thus far. Okay, it would seem, okay, it's still moving. I believe we've capped at 29 responses, 30. Okay. Well, one thing is clear, is a lot of persons strongly believe that stereotyping of job roles or career paths that women occupy still exists. And of course, as mentioned this morning, women are underrepresented in ICT and STEM roles. And that would be the statement that has the highest rate. There's still some movement, but we will capture the final results and we will present it at the end of the session. So if you're still voting, go ahead and continue to vote. Marjorie?
Okay, yes, please, everyone. It's very important that we get this feedback. And we encourage those online as well to participate. Okay. All right, so my next presenter really needs no introduction. Sorry about that. My next presenter needs no introduction. Gloria Henry, Vice President of BPO and Logistics at the Port Authority of Jamaica, will lead the discussions, moderate the discussions on the next panel that will focus on addressing equity, equality, and inclusiveness of women in the various segments in the Jamaica's GSS. I now invite Gloria Henry to the stage, please. Gloria? Oh, they're miking her. Okay. And the actual theme of the panel discussion is gender inclusiveness and the promotion of women's opportunities in the GSS. All right, we're just giving Gloria a chance to come up and then she will.
Morning, everyone. Morning. Is this microphone working? All right. So yesterday I created a new software, and it's an inbuilt microphone. It's a terrific software. It's like,
but only me have it. So at some point I'm willing to share. But yesterday was the official launch of that new software. So all of you who are here can check with me later on if you want your first beta test version of it. No charge, absolutely no charge. All right, Mrs. Melanie Sobrati, conference chair, and a lady who is chairman of many organizations in Jamaica. Very powerful lady right here. And sitting right next to her is another powerful person, Mr. Tariq Ali, who is the general manager of the Caribbean division of the Inter-American Development Bank. Good morning. And why are all the powerful people sitting at the same table? Marjorie Straw, powerhouse lady, program director of the GSS. And over there, our dynamic president, Anand Biradar, who's president of the Global Services Association of Jamaica. All of the dynamic people, our keynote speaker. I didn't get any book, by the way, but Dr. Connie Bell, you owe me a book.
Just to say. All right, thank you all. Pleasant morning. Is it still morning, by the way? Yes. What I didn't tell you is that I also have the opportunity to entertain you today. So I'm going to invite my panelists to join me here on stage. And I will start with Tara Wright Del Valle, who is Country Manager, Continuum Global. And I'm going to invite them in order. Melanie Barif, Delivery Director, Strategic Units, Conduent. Where is Tara Wright? And followed by Michelle Yao, Executive Vice President, People and Culture. And Paulette Neal, Vice President. Paulette Neal, well, I'm speaking it into being, by the way. Attorney at Law, Don Cox. I'm sure. And ladies and gentlemen, this morning when I came in and I was like, okay, I'm seeing all of my panelists except one. So I'm looking around and I'm looking around, I'm not seeing them. And then suddenly I see this fabulous, awesome hairstyle. And I look again and oops, it was Jackie Sutherland. She is super fabulous today. So Jackie Sutherland, CEO of Contacts 360. All right, so thank you very much. We have the responsibility of talking today about gender inclusiveness and the promotion of women's opportunities in the GSS. Morning, how are you? Is everybody here now? All right, thank you so much. So women still face numerous difficulties in accessing some of the economic opportunities as men. Not quite the same at TP, and it's not the same at Port Authority where I work. But labor practices that give women lower pay, legal and cultural barriers that restrict them from certain types of jobs in some sectors. And, you know, our sector in Jamaica, and I hope it is elsewhere, really does not, it promotes gender equality. And you heard from TP, more than 70% of the women, of the workforce rather, is women within the GSS. It's not quite the same for many other sectors. I always tell people that where I work at Port Authority, most of the leaders, in fact, 90% of our senior leaders are women, but that's not quite the same in many other organizations. Only at the CEO, we've never had a woman CEO, but it's probably about time. This hour-long session will focus on what gender equality means in Jamaica's global services sector and explore its relevance to economic and human development through the provision of equal opportunities for women and men. This session from our very distinguished panelists here will look at some of those challenges, and I'm gonna start with Tara Wright. Tara, you have been within the sector for a long time, and you now head one of the leading employers of choice here in Jamaica. Tell us what your experience has been as a woman, what opportunities have been afforded to you, and how is it that you were able to transition through your different roles to get to this position?
Thank you, Gloria. Good morning, everyone. So I started as an agent, lucky for me. I believe having started as an agent really helped me to kind of develop a mindset that allowed me to push more and be able to be more aware of inclusiveness. So being an agent, my sister worked at the company at the time with Xerox. She was like, okay, Tara, you have 6 months to move to a trainer. So I was like, okay, I have no idea what the BPO sector is about, where you're expecting me to move to this level in 6 months. Actually, I moved to supervisor in 12 months, but that was based on during that time, it was hard to grow. So everybody, all the roles were made, most of my supervisors were males. The operations manager luckily was a female, but the GM was a male. So it was very, at that time, we had mostly males in the positions that person would like to grow into. I left Xerox at that time when I moved to be an operations manager for IBEX then. I was the first operations manager for IBEX, and there was well, that would mean I'll be the first female operations manager for IBEX in Jamaica. That for me was amazing because I wore so many titles, so many caps then, was in recruiting, payroll, workforce, quality, operations, because we were all developing everyone. So I was at the time, I didn't understand why I had to be doing so many things, but I'm so grateful because had it not, I wouldn't be able to develop other persons along the way. So I want to say I've worked in around 5 or 4 BPOs in Jamaica, and everywhere that I go, I've brought someone with me. Right now, my last BPO, I brought someone over, and she's now a director. She's working for one of my Fortune 50 accounts, and she's doing excellently. So I'm just happy that I'm able to take forward, able to show persons that there is a career here. And I know a lot of persons, you should look down on the industry, look down on the industry and look down on the females working in the industry. To be in fact, I read an article yesterday that was saying how the females in the industry always black stockings, we don't bring anything to the table, and we always look like that. So I'm like, yeah, I did. No, it's social media article. And when I see these things, I get so passionate because I'm like, do you understand how the Philippines got to where it was? The BPO industry is what propelled Philippine success. And we are so close to that. Jamaica, the jewel of the Caribbean. I have a client right now that has outsourced another Caribbean country and they want to bring it to Jamaica. Just on the fact that we are so eclectic, we are warm, whatever you see is what you get. And I want to say as well as client services, being able to sell, I'm sorry, can you turn up? We're not oh, that's the answer. Oh, okay. Can you hear me any clearer now? We can hear you over here. Okay, is it better if I elevate someone? Okay, yes. Yeah, great. There you go. So I want to say that I was given great mentors. Luckily, they've helped to push me in the right direction. So I was exposed to working with the Philippines, working with the US, working with Jamaica. And because of that, I was like, okay, let us push more folks. Let's push more folks. Let's put them in front. Let's tell Jamaica. And for those who don't know, I used to work at Teleperformance as well too. Wow, okay. Yeah. So I came from Teleperformance into this position. And one of the things that I loved, which Ms. Bell spoke to, was the TP initiative. I love that because the TP initiative that they have, the Women's Initiative, it allows for women in leadership to be exposed to other areas. So if it's a case where it's communication that you want to develop some more into, there's ladies all over the continent, the geos, that will be able to work with you to get you to where you need to be. At Continuum, where I'm at right now, I'm creating that initiative as well too. We're having a Continuum Women's Initiative that will only support leaders in Jamaica, but the other geos that we have, because we have businesses in 7 different locations globally. So I want to be that change to show that, you know, we bring so much to the table. We're not only bringing things to the table, we are the table, right? So I just want to show folks that we continue on this path of the equality, the diversion, the inclusiveness, the equity, then this 132 years that we're saying should reduce, right? Especially with this Gen Z generation, they're very vocal on what right looks like, right? So I believe that if we continue on this trend, we should be able to see return on that investment, having more inclusivity, diversity, and equity.
Thank you very much.
What I didn't tell her is that for each company that she promotes, well, I'm telling all of you, it's 100,000 contribution to outsource to Jamaica. So she promoted TP, IBEX, Continuum, $300,000 from you. Please note that, Julia. On that note, Melanie, she's been paying it forward, she says, and she took someone with her. Jake, I hope you heard that she took someone with her to Continuum. So Melanie, you are one of those persons that I've admired for many, many years, and you know that. Yes.
Can you hear? So the notion exists that employees in the GSS, more specifically in the BPO segment, have not completed any formal post-secondary education or training. Tell us about your experience and trajectory in the GSS, and how is it that persons have been able to move forward? They don't necessarily have the MBAs, or in my organization, you can't get promoted if you don't have certain qualifications. But within the GSS, that can happen. So tell us, how is that possible?
Well, sorry, sound a little bit loud now. Back in the 90s, I started out in the GSS back in the late 90s. Not many persons would agree because of my physical features, but I did. I started out in transaction processing, and that notion back in the 90s was real about even finding just a career path within the GSS. As a country girl, grew up in Trelawney, taking 4 modes of transportation into Montego Bay each way. I had to go through a lot in the sense that getting to work for 7, I learned what TV time was, right? You had to be present whether the program was on or not. So learning about being on time, working through the challenges to make sure that it's not only about you, it's a part of a team. And you missing your set of calls, your set of transactions, it is a ripple effect to the next person and ultimately the business. So you knew what teamwork was from a very early stage. And so that notion existed in fast forwarding. In fact, my passion was to become back then an air hostess, right? Air Jamaica, I think, the uniform, I wanted to wear that Air Jamaica uniform. And so not doing well in Spanish in high school, I said, okay, I got the opportunity just to do transaction processing as a pastime, never saw it as a career path. But when I got in and I started getting exposed to working with brands across the US, brands across the world, and seeing the way they operate internally and getting exposed to training, it wasn't as prominent as now, but I realized that there were certain barriers I had to cross. One is taking the initiative, being prepared way ahead of time, taking an opportunity to learn. You know what I mean? When there are training platforms internally, I encourage my team, go ahead, take advantage. Don't wait for a promotion to come your way. I believe that opportunity meets preparation.
And in talking about those opportunities,
Yes.
we know we have seen a lot of persons being trained under the GSS apprenticeship program.
Yeah.
Can you speak to the ratio of women versus men that have taken up that training opportunity within your organization?
Well, I did a very short study over the past few days, and approximately 84% are females. So I do see the future looking brighter and brighter for women. In the past, that was not the case because as we have discussed from this morning, that mostly men, they were given the resources, and traditionally men lead. They are usually in leadership roles. And so we see that women are stepping up, taking advantage of these courses. And within the GSS, this is not something that we've seen in the GSS prior. So I really want to say thanks to the IDB for partnering, JAMPRO for supporting and making this, you know, something that we have access to within the broader sphere of the BPO. Not only for females, I want to say to the males as well, because we need their support to grow as women.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fortunately for you, the IDB is already partnering with O2J, so it won't cost you. All right. The next speaker here, Michelle Yao. Michelle, you have been one of the, I would say, staples at ITEL BPO. I could easily call you Miss ITEL BPO. I think maybe you transitioned and you transitioned back and they just couldn't live without you. Improving gender equality presumably aligns well with the values of the company that you work with. Tell us a bit about ITEL and how its corporate culture promotes a diverse, inclusive, and equitable workforce.
Thank you, Gloria. So I've been with ITEL from not quite the inception, but yes. I think our culture has a lot to do with the equality that you're speaking of and the diversity. From the get-go, it has never been an organization that focuses on male versus female, but more on the right fit. It's something that Yanni has always said to me, make sure, you put the right people in place, make sure my employees are happy. So finding persons to fill roles has always been one, making sure they are the right fit for the role, making sure that they are in a role that they will actually enjoy doing or is their preference. A happy employee is always a more productive employee. It has worked for us. Currently, for our leadership especially, we follow the sector, 70% are female and 30% are male throughout our global entities. But for leadership, we're at 60% women and 40% men. So clearly we're doing something right. And I think it has a lot to do with really, I think Dr. Bell spoke about it, where to speak to that blind recruitment. You're not looking at the person, are they male, are they female, which ethnicity they fall under, what religion. It's more about a fit for the role, making sure you have that right person in the right role to produce and of course be more effective.
What are some of the best examples of positive change you would have noticed generally within the BPO space in the last 5 years?
I think we've seen more of the equity. I think more people are looking at the right fit. More people are looking at people's competences and ensuring that we're placing people in the right role. No longer you sit at the executive table and you're the only woman. You're sitting at the executive table now, and there's a much higher blend of more women to males. The sector itself is more female driven than men. So therefore, as we grow and develop, the females are the ones that are going to grow and develop and become more in the higher roles and executive roles, because they will have the experience and the tenure. So I think that's one of the main things I've seen. And again, just forums like this where people get to understand, and really it's brought to the attention of everybody that it is not just a male dominant role, it is an equal role and it's best fit.
Thank you. Every time I hear female dominant or male dominant, my antennas go up a bit because I grew up with men. I have 7 brothers, and when I went to high school, I played money football. I hung out with the guys. I gambled a little bit at the back. I was a little bit of a troublemaker at the back. I've had great bosses who recognize my talent and who allow me to be empowered and to do my job and didn't look at me as a woman or a man. Jake knows at the free zone, sometimes they call me Miss Thatcher because it's a bad thing to feel that women who are strong are made of iron, but that's wrong. So, I believe that men and women should really be given equal opportunities. And I really, as I said, my antenna goes up when I hear men and women, because I'm more concerned now about men than I'm concerned about women, because I'm seeing less and less men in areas of opportunities than I've seen challenges with women. So I hope the next time we're talking about gender issues, it's really about how can we lift and empower more men to support and to be more. But an area where there's no shortage of men is in the ownership of companies within the BPO sector. And I don't want to say this lady broke the glass ceiling, but I think she has established a ceiling. She is the first woman in Jamaica to own and operate her own BPO company. And yes, give her a round of applause. And she followed the mold that Dr. Bell spoke about, because she worked in IT before she transitioned into this kind of ownership. So what are some of the factors that you believe, Jackie, that's hindering women from owning more, from being more entrepreneurial in business?
Thank you, Maria. Yes, Dr. Bell, I was one of those scared techies. And I decided to take that leap of faith and start a business. And I think 15 years ago when I started my business, I was, I think I was a little bit naive. And I felt that the reason why it was difficult for women to break that ceiling is because there was just Jamaica in general hadn't really embraced the whole BPO sector. So I attributed a lot of the obstacles that I would have encountered during my journey to that. Fast forward 15 years later, I think that there are barriers that we do need to encounter. I think that with the right ecosystem in place, that we can certainly be able to have a seat at the table and be able to participate just as well, if not better, than our male counterparts. I think that what I have learned is that, just being resilient and persevering and being flexible sometimes is what is required in this industry. If I were to sit here and say it was an easy job, it's not. There have been a lot of obstacles. And I do think that, I think you mentioned that women, when they're in these positions of power, are often perceived as being aggressive. I think even prior to starting this business, I was known as the crazy Black lady, So I think, there are obstacles for us. And I think that we are perceived in that light, which is unfortunate, but it is changing. But I think until we can have those conversations, and when they hear someone with an aggressive tone, and it can be accepted when a woman speaks like that, then then we will really see change invoked. And so it's going to take a while, but I think it's happening, and I'm happy to see that those dynamics are now starting to make it to fruition. Just in looking at the organization that I've had, and where it was more male dominated at a leadership level, not at the C-suite level. There's still some issues there, but now within our organization, we certainly have substantially more women in positions of strength. So it's happening, but there were a lot of obstacles.
Is there anything that you think we should do now in 2023 and beyond to make that process a lot easier?
I was very happy to be invited to participate in this forum. And Gloria, I don't participate in many of them. This is not my forte, for those of you that don't know me. For those of you that know me, know me.
It's gonna be up here next.
So for me, starting these conversations is what's going to make the difference. And I think it's really important for us to all engage in those types of conversations so that we can evoke that change. So it will happen.
Okay, thank you very much. So a lady who has advanced very quickly. When I met this lady, she was very quiet. She's still quiet, but I remember sitting next to her in a Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce meeting, and she looked even a bit shy. And I was saying, oh my, I wonder if she's going to survive on this board. But she has survived. Not only has she survived, but she's also doing very well in her field. I think she's head of the Duncox office in Montego Bay now. And if you all know Duncox, that's a male-dominated law firm. So she's doing very, very well. So Paulette, thank you for joining us today. Gender equality at work can be achieved by eliminating any kind of discrimination based on gender and giving a fair chance to women and men. As companies are moving forward and charting their more progressive and inclusive types of policies, what labor workplace related laws and regulations do you think that they should consider to support a more balanced workplace?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. All right, so when I'm considering laws that promote gender equality, I will personally say that Jamaica has come a far way, right? So, for example, sexual harassment, that is something that is oftentimes unspoken about. You don't hear about it, but it is prevalent in the workplace. It affects both male and female. It's gender neutral.
And it was not until 2021 that the Sexual Harassment Protection and Prevention Act was enacted, right? And even though that act has been passed in Parliament, it's not yet in force because it has not yet been given a commencement date. So we don't know when this legislation will actually take effect, though it has been passed. But it's a very important piece of legislation because sexual harassment is prevalent in the workplace. So what this legislation comes into play, it imposes a duty on employers to have a policy dealing with sexual harassment. Now, notwithstanding the fact that the legislation is not yet in effect, it does not prevent or preclude companies or organizations from imposing a sexual harassment policy. You know, putting your business ahead of the curve, creating an environment or a culture that is free from sexual harassment. Because as I said before, it affects both males and females, right? So that is one policy that if your organization does not have it, it's something that you may wish to consider implementing. Now, another important legislation is the Maternity Leave Act, right? Now, that legislation, it's now, and it wasn't passed until the 1970s, which wasn't too long ago. It allows females, once you meet the requirements under the legislation, you are permitted maternity leave up to 12 weeks. And 8 of those 12 weeks, you're permitted with pay, right? Now, we have also seen recently where the government has introduced a policy which is only applicable to public sector workers, where they've now introduced paternity leave for males who now have newborns, right? That is not yet law in Jamaica, but it is something that organizations may wish to consider. We have seen some private sector organizations implementing a policy governing paternity leave, and it is something that you may wish to consider. Another legislation which can be considered is the Employment Equal Pay for Men and Women Act. So if you have positions within your organization in which it can be filled by, well, there's nothing that could prevent it from, be filled by men or women. Once these persons, they're doing the same work, it's that the job functions are the same, the qualifications of the male and the female are the same, then these persons should be paid equally. So these are some of the legislations that, must be contemplated by employers if you're trying to include a culture of gender equality in the workplace. Thank you. Is there anywhere in the legislation that speaks to men being better compensated for any role whatsoever?
No. Once it is that if the female does the same work, the job functions are the same, essentially the same, we have the same qualifications. In fact, the law is they should be paid just the same as a male to perform that particular task.
So it was a practice in Jamaica that did that, because for many, many years, I don't know about, but I know that at least one organization where I was employed, that was the policy. It's not in my current organization, but that was a policy. I never really checked to see if legally that was correct, but.
Well, the reality is, Gloria, and this is why we're having this conference. The reality is there are organizations whereby there are some positions that are preferred for males, and in fact, males are paid at higher rates, so this conference is important to educate people
you know, to try to create a balance and try to create equality in the employment sphere.
Okay, I agree with you. If it is that we want equality, ladies, panel, all women, do you want equality too in the home? Do you want equality in life? You want to promote, you want to propose marriage to someone?
That's a
Do
very
you want to
controversial
pay the bills
question.
when you go to dinner? Do you want equality in everything?
For me,
Let
not
me start
necessarily.
with,
Oh, sorry.
it's not in my cards, but.
I think it's a case by case situation.
Yes.
And I think we should treat it as such, because had I asked my husband to marry me, I would have felt nothing because I know how I felt. So if I'm acting on that, I would have felt nothing. But of course, I do think that at home, there's case by case, we should be able to share chores. Like there's no such thing as women chores, there's no such thing as men chores. But I would really like if my husband to take the trash out, of course. So yeah, but I do think it's a case by case situation.
Okay.
I concur. And in the case of the home, I think a lot of times we misrepresent equality for partnership, and partnership is really what we should drive for, because each person know what part they're playing in that relationship, in that home. So.
Michelle?
For me, I think it's a personal or individual choice. And for your household, what works best? I believe it should be a partnership, and we should look at each other's strengths, who is stronger to do which role versus other role. However, it is, for me, equal. As much diapers as I changed, my husband changed. Anything I can do, he can do. It doesn't matter, oh, I must cook dinner and he must take out the trash. It's whoever at that time is present and available to do that particular chore. But I really think it's more of an individual and a personal choice, and within each household, it may differ. But I'm in agreement with it.
Well, I think I was a pioneer in that space too. I do believe that we should have shared responsibilities in the household. I feel very strongly about that. And I would expect that in any type of relationship like that. Now, as it relates to equality, I also feel that we need to revisit these chairs, Gloria, because my feet cannot touch the ground. Just saying.
I can't lean back, so yeah, I agree with you. We should have consulted with Dr. Bell before we.
You will agree.
Paulette.
So for me, I too agree that there should be partnership in the household, but I have mixed views, because I believe that certain roles, particularly in the family, I believe that a man should be a protector, you know, so there are some roles that I still believe that are particularly for men, right? And that's a personal view. Even though I believe in shared responsibilities, I do believe that men should be leaders as well in the household, even though it is a partnership.
They should pay for all the groceries. Anyway, thank you very much. So there is great balance within the GSS, the equal opportunities, there's access. Men and women have pretty much equal access to training, to supporting roles, to promotion, to leadership. And I think there is a lot that the GSS could share with the wider communities in Jamaica. There is still a stereotype, however, and you heard what Tara said earlier, you know, there is this perception that persons within the GSS are not necessarily as professional and are not taken as seriously in some instances. And I think that has a lot to do with where we're coming from as a culture in Jamaica, and how the industry has evolved coming out of the 807 program and, you know, evolving over the years. But I really want to say that we have come a long way as an industry. And I am very, very pleased and proud to see the number of men that are employed within the sector.
Yes.
I am in a free zone where there is over 10,000 employees. And at any given time, when I go to the lunch rooms and I go outside, I see a lot of men, you know, feeling that this is a job for them. Because before that, I can tell you that men felt that a contact center job was really not for them. So we're happy to see that men are seeing that this is an opportunity for them, an opportunity for them to grow. And I'm happy that women are also seeing that rising to the position of leadership is something that they should also strive for. So I think we're in a very good place. And I think that the GSS has done a great job in promoting women in the GSS. I've seen many different activities that have been held that really has showcased, you know, women and the progress. I think that GSS would have to extend that to the wider Jamaica, because a colleague of mine was saying when Julia was speaking about all the great opportunities here that she wasn't exposed to any of those. So we really have to perhaps expand the boundaries. But thank you so much, Marjorie. I want to open my panel now to questions. I figure, you know, give equal opportunity to the members of the audience to ask questions here. So we're open for questions. And why the mic can't move around for this one? Oh, so I understand you'll have to walk up to the microphone if you have any question. I know the first question is coming from Jake, so. Sorry, Jake, I love to tease you. He's my friend. I just love teasing.
See, here we got Jackie.
Oh, man.
Hey,
Today's
we're all being put on the spot here.
Let's do it.
Any specific actions that you can share that you're using to get this gender equality and equity, the balance even higher?
I think we've had to start taking a more pointed look at the levels where we're not seeing the equality, because I think, as Gloria mentioned, she's seeing more males coming into the environment to participate in the overall BPO sector. But when I started, a lot of men were in the BPO sector, but more at the supervisor and management level workforce in the technology field. But we did have a definite distinction where the women could maintain a lot of the agent level positions, but nothing above that. Fast forward several years later, that dynamic has changed, but we're still seeing, so I applaud ITEL, we're still seeing at the C-suite level where there is such a disparity, and we're having a challenge in finding qualified individuals to attain those positions in Jamaica. And that has been one of our challenges. I think the majority of my management staff now is primarily women, which is a vast difference from when I started. But finding that C-suite, and that would be my sweet spot at this point, to get those individuals, it's a challenge. And so I think we need to start focusing on more educational opportunities for those individuals to grow into higher levels of positions. We need to collectively come together and see what we can do to make that happen. I think mentorship is important. For smaller companies such as myself, it might be a little bit more of a challenge to have that internal mentorship, but mentorship is key. Exposing them to other areas or substantive areas where they can grow and see other like-minded individuals making a difference. I think forums such as this also help to facilitate those types of discussions and propel those things forward. So I think within the organizations, while we can do things internally, we do need to take it to the broader stage and see how we can work together to invoke more change, more substantive change.
I think we have to encourage more, because you heard Melanie gave her stats earlier. 84% you said were women who signed up for the GSS apprenticeship program. It could be because there are more women in your organization, but I think we have to find a way to encourage the men to participate more in the training as well.
May I say as well, Gloria, in support of that, we find that females are taking the initiative. So we know that the slots are capped. And we find the females are going at these opportunities for learning
Yeah.
ahead of the men. I actually have 2 males from my team here with me today. So, and they're enrolled in the program. They've been also a part of the past supervisory management program. So I want to say it's open to everyone, but we see that
The female are more aggressive to take the opportunity.
Yeah.
But I would say even though that's true, there's certain parts of the sector that they tend to gravitate towards and evolve in as far as the women. So
Yes.
going back to from a women's
Yeah.
perspective, we still are challenged in securing positions from a technology
Yes.
space.
Yes.
You know, a lot, even now, when I talk about my background, it raises eyebrows because it
Says about
Yes.
women in STEM.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, and we're still having a challenge getting those women to participate.
Yeah.
So it's essential, you know, as
Yeah.
we look to grow and evolve, that we're not just focused in what we have been pigeonholed to do, you know,
Yes.
and so we really need to look at those other types of food
Engineering,
chains.
Science, math.
Math,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Anecdote and a question. So a few years ago, I remember at JAMPRO, we probably had 100% all women. It was pretty chronic for us. We'd walk the building and would just only females. And for whatever reason, men were not, I guess, conducting successful interviews. And I know the executives took a look at that and like, this cannot continue. And so between HR and the head of agency, I've lived to see where that has changed. We're certainly seeing more males running into more males and probably have more than 20% males. But just to let you know that it was also a challenge in the sense of just getting men to I guess, do successful interviews to be considered for positions, whatever they were. But I have a question. I'm going to ask you, Gloria, and then if there's any other member on the panel who can answer, I'd appreciate some insight. Do you think that given the fact that in the GSS, we have 70% approximately women in the industry, and I do believe, and I share this with Dr. Mansingh, who will be on a little later, that the real anomaly too is men and the challenge that, you know, when we talk about gender constraints or gender issues in Jamaica, men are really affected. Do you think that given the fact that we have more women in the GSS than men, not necessarily all in IT, but overall as a gross employment, that when you do employ men, especially those who have been socialized or come from challenging environments in terms of how to treat women, do you think that the socialization in the workplace, in the GSS, is perhaps helping them to see a different way to treat women? I know,
so.
a little heavy. I'm sorry, I just
Yeah,
had to ask.
it's a loaded question, which requires a loaded answer. But I agree that I think so. I think that the GSS, because of, you know, the culture in the organization, really, the training, the equal opportunities, the fact that there's a culture of discipline and of equal opportunity and of, you know, following certain policies and practices. So I find that the men, when they come from harsh backgrounds where they, you know, they would really treat women in a particular way, that in the GSS, they tend to modulate that kind of behavior. And I've seen a lot of change. I used to spend a lot of my time when I went to the free zone first, serving as referee. I remember there was one case where a man came on the zone in a bus and used a cutlass to beat his common law wife, right? And she was pregnant. We had to call the police. And it was because of, you know, where he was coming from. That's how they solve problems. That's how they deal with issues. And the company fired him. That he worked for, because he worked with one of the BPO companies, so when they fired him. And there was a lot of talk that they shouldn't get involved in that because it's domestic business. But it's not domestic. I mean, you have to send a strong message that you're not tolerating this kind of behavior. So I think that, you know, the GSS has done a lot and can do more in terms of helping to raise the bar and to really encourage men to, you know, adopt certain kind of social behavior and certain kind of attitude and disposition towards women. But these ladies have more of a lived experience than I do. So I think they are the better qualified persons to answer that very loaded question.
If I can just say, I think Gloria hit the nail on the head for sure. I do think having different bosses from different walks of life will show someone to be more adaptable. So they start to learn different skills and attributes just by working along with this person, which they perhaps wouldn't have been exposed to before because we're not taught these things in school. So this is the way how they're going to learn. And if we did not have this, I'm not really sure where we would be. So I do really think it's an elementary aspect to why we're seeing some behaviors being changed.
Great, thank
And even it goes back to the soft skills too.
Yes.
As I remember in my boardroom when certain training were taking place, and it was just a handful of men. And I asked, why are there more men here? And they said, oh, well, men don't need to learn. This is a woman thing. Because it's the way that the men have been socialized, you know,
Right.
to behave.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Back to you, Gloria.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions?
She's running.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't get worked in the detail section. I think for over 15 years.
Thank you. And Michelle, you deal with this every day. I know. So I work at ITEL, and part of our culture, which is really cool, is that we have, sorry, I ran and I'm asthmatic. So breathe.
Okay.
So part of our culture is that we have a program where we cater specifically for potential leaders. Can't remember your name, but you mentioned the mentorship. We believe that in order for us to move forward, that it has to be coupled with succession planning. So from a GSS standpoint, I think that's something that you rightfully said. We need to look at not just from a company standpoint individually, but from a wider, larger GSS scale. Now, for us, irrespective of whether you're male or female, you get the opportunity to assess your own career development. So you want to come into an organization, what is it that you bring to that organization, and what are you going to get from it? Because whether you're male or female, you need to contribute to society, right? So we help you to figure out not just your fit in the company, but your role in society. And that helps with the question before in terms of how you see yourself as a fit, whether you're male or female. Once you transition into the industry, we help you to flourish in that environment. So if it is that you came with the negative behaviors, you'd find that not same time, not immediately, but gradually as you learn and experience the culture, that the negative things, little by little, you will see them falling away. And then gradually they'll start embracing the positive stuff. So you'll see them now. So especially, there are some guys who we get, and again, Michelle gets them every day. They'll come in with that same mindset, Gloria, that this is how you solve a problem. Yeah. But give them a year in the company, give them 2 years, that same person comes to us within that next time, and they're like, okay, guess what? So I think I'm ready to be a supervisor. Or they're encouraging other people and say, hey, you may want to try this because I've been here 2 years, a year. It has worked for me. It has helped me. So maybe if you continue, it can also help you. And so this function today, I think it's a great opportunity for us to problem solve and also solution solve, so that when we leave here, next time we can apply some of the things that we shared, not just best practices. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I agree. So thank you all very much. I think that the GSS really takes a lot of entry-level persons. For many people, this is their first job. It's the first opportunity to be in a formal workplace. We at the Free Zone, we used to have, and we still do, keep clothes. We used to have to keep all kinds of things there, stockings, all manner of things, because persons come, it's their first interview and they're in the wrong garment and they come and they miss where they're supposed to go, and you see, no, you can't go to an interview like that, and we have to help them. So the GSS is doing a great job in not just contributing to employment opportunities, but in the social and cultural, upliftment of persons here in Jamaica. It's a great opportunity. And I also want to thank my panelists for participating today and for sharing their insights. We see that there's still need to encourage more persons to take part in the apprenticeship program. There are still great opportunities in tech and STEM opportunities, Anand, that we need to encourage. And I'm one of those advocates for STEM labs in Jamaica. And I think that as we do more of that, then we will find that we have more women in STEM. There is no shortage of women within the GSS sector, and we're continuing to promote in equal opportunities and equity, Madam Dr. Bell, within the GSS. I want to applaud Teleperformance for what they're doing, and other members of the GSS, who's really doing a great job in reforming and bringing and uplifting many persons into great career opportunities. I also want to thank you for choosing me as your moderator today. And I applaud my employer for giving me the opportunity to continue to strive and create an equal opportunity where I work at the Port Authority. So thank you all very much and have a great day. Oh, yeah. That's okay. Jake, you're my favorite guy, right? Oh, I thought
Jamaica.
She's often. People always talk about young people. Yeah, I am.
Maybe not.
I have a messed up English accent. Some bastardized version of
Something.
wrong with. I don't know. I get
Hello?
Are you hearing me again?
No?
Right. Oh, this one? Can I get that one? I was. I just came right back. I went with marble.
What's it?
Okay, so I know that on the agenda, it says that we're supposed to be having a coffee break. However, we are running a little bit behind, and of course, you are free to go and, you know, get yourself some refreshments, but we're gonna move on to the next session, which will be led by Melanie.
Oh.
Ready?
Oh, sorry. Is
Alright,
that
no
what it
problem.
was?
Well, yes.
Oh,
I thought,
sorry.
no, there was a process. We were supposed to call us up and say what name I did.
Sorry. Sorry, I didn't realize it was my apologies.
No problem.
That would have been grander.
Yes.
It really would have been, and more dramatic. I
That's
think.
correct.
Yes, sorry.
Don't know if any
I
nights
really
out.
removed the drama from the event, so I do apologize for that. I do hope that everyone can, I know it's time that everyone was meant to be having a coffee break, but I do hope that we can get the attention of the room to some extent for our time. So firstly, I'd like to introduce my two panelists who are also fellow directors of the board of Stanley Motor Limited. Yeah. So with me, I have Sandra Glasgow, and she is the founder and managing director of Biz Tactics Limited, a co-founder and manager of Jamaica's First Angel Network, First Angels Jamaica, founder and managing director of Rev Up Caribbean Limited, which is a virtual business incubator. So you know, maybe Gloria can talk to her afterwards about her special project. She is a senator representing Jamaica at the World Business Angels Investment Forum and vice president of the Latin American and Caribbean Business Angels Network. She also serves on several boards and has been an independent director of the NCB Financial Group since 2016 and NCB Jamaica Limited since 2002. She chairs a number of their committees, notably Corporate Governance Committee, and she's a stickler on this, I know, because she sits on our board. She also serves as a director on the boards of Medical Disposables and Supplies, Stanley Motor, DRT, Sci-Fi, and also vice chairman of the Student Loan Bureau and director of the Multi-Care Youth Foundation and chairman of Crime Stop, which I think is super important. And I'll also at the same time introduce Patricia Sutherland. Patricia is the Chief Operations Officer of JMB Group, and she has over 30 years experience in management operations and strategic planning in both financial services and manufacturing sectors. She's held positions at the ICD Group of companies, Butterkiss Limited, Hofab Manufacturing Company Limited. She's actually a chemist. She has a BSc in Pure and Applied Chemistry. She has completed several professional development and leadership courses and seminars, including Women in Power, Leadership in a New World with the JFK School of Government at Harvard. She's contributed to nation building through voluntary service with the Adoption Board, eGovernment Jamaica, Dress for Success Jamaica, JSIF, and the Ministry of National Security's Unite for Change program. She continues to give back through an active political career and her charity, the Partnership and Love Foundation. She currently serves as chairman of the JMB Joan Duncan Foundation, director of the Multi-Care Youth Foundation, and serves on the board of commissioners of the Early Childhood Commission and National Commission on Violence Prevention. And actually, I think that some of the topics that we've covered.
Stanley Motor.
Yes, and Stanley Motor, that's the important thing, yeah. So I was going to say, some of your external directorships are obviously in some of those care areas in terms of crime prevention, multi-care, childhood commission, and youth and
And also
support.
president of PMP Women's Movement, which
Right.
is directly related.
Right.
It's not on?
I'll let you speak about that one.
Yeah.
But one of the things that, you know, we were here to talk about the glass ceiling and the boardroom. And I just wanted to say that globally, under 30% of leadership positions are held by women. And as of 2022, 29% of corporate board seats in North American European companies are held by women, up from 24% 2 years ago. say the Jamaican Stock Exchange, there are 719 directors, and they total it as all of the directors of each company. And then they have 218 directors that are female. But actually, if you look through the list of female directors, you'll find that there are repetitive names. So that's not 218 individual females. That's a lot less. And so the average is basically, so you'd say the average is 30% are female, but actually if you average out each company, it drops to 25 if you remove Stanley Motor Limited, which is 100% female board. So before I go into questions with Sandra and Patricia, I'm just going to start talking about Stanley Motor Limited. Our exposure to the GSS industry is obviously because we were a developer. And Stanley Motor has a 5-acre site in New Kingston, has 215,000 square foot of commercial real estate. We're building another 100,000 square foot this year. We pay a sweet dividend annually, just bragging. But the story of how we ended up with the 100% women is actually interesting because we did the development and then we were looking to do the IPO. And because I was chairman, I then had the privilege of, selecting a board of directors, and you have to fill in everything to go to the stock exchange. It's a long process to get listed and everything. So what was exciting for me was that in my corporate career, I had then been exposed to people like Sandra and like Patricia, and then I got to ask them to work with me, which was kind of cool. So I guess I picked women that I admired and also that had the right qualifications. So it wasn't a big step towards having an all-female board. It was a small step, but also it did require male allies in the sense that there had previously been men on the board. And in order to facilitate that, I did have to ask them to step down, which they did. So the board as a whole is Minna Israel, Patricia Sutherland, Sandra Glasgow, Andrea Kanash, Jennifer Scott, and Blondell Walker. These are ladies with expertise that is incredibly reliable. They're also persons that as a CEO, I can go and ask for advice from because they have decades of experience collectively. I don't think anyone would want to say decades, but they have years of experience. And they're all absolutely qualified in their own right to be there. And I'm extremely lucky. But I would like to make one point. In listing the company, I did have to make that decision of having directors that were proven. This was the first company that I had taken public. And so I wanted to make sure that the investors knew of the board members and could trust in them. But I noticed there was a point that was made earlier in the last panel discussion, which was when you can uplift more women. And I think if I could do it again, or if I had the opportunity to do it again, I think I would have pulled up more women so that the pool could have been wider in terms of women that are exposed to board leadership. So just a quick one. I know that I probably shouldn't do this, but I just wanted to shout out to some of the stars on the Jamaican Stock Exchange that have a large portion of women. So Stanley Motors at 100%, Pulse is at 71%, Scotia Group at 65, Fontana at 66, and NCB Financial Group at 60%. So those guys all deserve a round of applause. I didn't list the people that are at 0, but you guys can go check that for yourselves.
Yeah, and there are a few.
And there are a few. There are a few. So firstly, I just wanted to ask you, Sandra, because you're involved in RevUp and you're involved with female founders, I just wanted to ask you about lessons on starting a business as a female and from working with female founders through First Angels and RevUp.
Yeah. So let me just tell everybody, make sure everybody understands what RevUp is and First Angels. First Angels is Jamaica's first angel investor network. We started in 2014. We have 26 members. And one of my personal motivations in being a co-founder was to get more women involved in the investment space. So actually 40% of our members, including Melanie, are women. And we're very proud of that. RevUp was started because First Angels had about 8 years of experience in supporting founders, startup founders who were looking for equity financing. And we found that generally many of those founders lacked the knowledge, competence, the skills of starting a business and getting that business investment ready. So we started RevUp, which is a virtual business incubation program. We've had 2 cohorts so far. We're about to start our third. And that's a 5-month program really to, increase the knowledge and skills of startup founders who are really looking for equity financing. And just to say as well that because I bring a gender lens to everything I do, we had a target of having at least 50% of our founders in the program being women, leading businesses or owning businesses. And I want to give a shout out to IDB Lab, which has supported RevUp very significantly as we have started. But there are a lot of things that I think we can say about the women in our program. First of all, these are women who are very goal-oriented. They know that it is difficult to start a business. And so they're coming with an open mind and an attitude of learning because they know that this is the route to get their businesses to grow. Many of them are, I think I can see in many of them very strong leadership competencies. After all, we are all, I think, women, very natural leaders. We have to lead in the home. We also have to lead at work. And so they come with competencies of, great communication, of empathy, of collaboration, which I think are really important attributes for women who are trying to succeed in the business sphere.
100%. I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to seeing some of those companies go into IPO mode as well eventually. And I think some of them are doing pretty well. And
Absolutely. And I'll say that one of the targets that we have, apart from having half of our cohort being women, is that once they graduate, we are expecting that at least 30% of them will receive equity or debt financing,
right?
And that many of those will go on to achieve exits via IPOs.
Thank you. And just to move to a more sort of a more mature company in the sense that more established companies. So, so Patricia, I was going to ask, how do you feel that companies can drive and develop female talent? I know some of the organizations or the companies that you're associated with, aside from Stanamotor, have some really groundbreaking sort of policies. And also there's policies that you personally promote in terms of how you can engage female management and promote leadership ratios.
Okay, so at GMB was started by my mother as a strong female leader, not operating really within the gender construct of society. She operated outside of that, didn't see herself as a typical woman as defined by our societal norms. And so she was not limited. And as a matter of fact, didn't see herself as typical as defined by society, generally speaking, as a human being, believing all things are possible. And also starting a company that the basis of the value system was love. At the time when she did it at GMMP, the rest of the financial industry said, what kind of foolishness is this? How can you run a financial institution based on love? But she was very clear. And so because of that, there was a more caring nature to how our policies developed. And our policies were developed thinking about the people who were going to make up the company. And so in that context now, the support systems that you're going to put in place would be for the people in the company. And so although she did not have a gender lens, she had a people lens coming from that. And so, for example, one of the things that was just automatic for us is that, well, we have to have a nursery. People have to come to work. You have to have a nursery, you have to have somewhere to carry your children. These were all, they are young people, they are all having children. And of course, her children were working there, so her grandchildren would get to be there, so she'd love that, right? And so this occurred because I had my first child, my second child while I was employed there. And that child was the first child in the nursery, that along with my good friend, Arlene's child. So they grew up together in the nursery. But the point was where you come from. So there's a societal need and the need to look after children, not a woman's need, not a man's need, a societal need to look after children. And so you create that space for it to occur. And then there was a gym. There was also a societal need for exercise. So we said, well, if we're coming to work and we're working all day, you have to have somewhere to exercise. So you create that policy that puts the gym there and makes it free of cost, for example, right? And even as you get to policies of flexible work hours were just automatic for us. It didn't matter as long as you were not on the front line, then you worked when you could work. And there was no measurement of what time you came to work or left work, because it was about your output rather than the time spent at work. Saying that, to contextualize it now in this gender conversation, women and men, and how to encourage more women. The issue that we have is a gender construct that we live in Jamaica. There are defined roles for women in Jamaica. There are defined roles for all of us that we adopt and take on. Who is the caregiver? Who is the protector? Who is the one that should be doing a particular kind of job? Whether it is who should be doing the BPO work, because more women are going to make the calls than the men, because they have a nicer voice, whatever reason we make up for it, but it is our construct. And if we are going to move to gender equality, we have to acknowledge the limitations those constructs make on women and men in terms of how they can work together in a true partnership. So my perspective and the perspective that we come from is a human perspective, but it must acknowledge the norms within the society and must directly address them, right? So I would say to you as an organization, we have addressed some of them, but not all of them. We have addressed some of them, and there is more opportunity to address them. Our laws address some of them, but not all of them. And you will see that we still have that glass ceiling. I mean, 70% of Jamaican middle managers are women. Yes, and we celebrate. And we celebrate, and at the same time, we're concerned, as we heard in the last panel, because what about the men? But then you get to the next stage now, as how many are executives and how many are board members? Yeah. Only less than 30% are board members, right? Somebody says, but it's going to change over time. Not sure, because the power dynamic has not yet changed. So the women are there because they know they have to work harder. So they go, the reason why they go to university, because they know they have to invest in going to university to get that job. But there is still that ceiling that says, all right, who has the power within the organization? And then what do we need to do to shift that power dynamic?
Absolutely. I came across something recently. Sometimes women don't realize that they do have the power dynamic. I came across a conference and I was encouraging a female to speak at the conference. And she says, oh, I just don't know if I could do it. I'm not quite sure. And I said, well, wait a minute. You're the most senior person to do this. I said, if the people, do you think that either of the men who work beneath you in the structure, if I asked them to make the speech, do you think they'd even question it? They just go up and make the speech because that's their opportunity and they'd grab it. There was no, you shouldn't be questioning whether you can make it. You should just say, this is an opportunity, let me take it. And so that's, I think that's, really, really key. Sandra, I know that you had a story that I've heard you tell before about balancing motherhood and career and making, and you know, the difficult, very difficult conundrum, and sometimes it feels like a moral choice almost to balancing your children and your work life. Would you like to share that with us?
Well,
if possible. I don't know if I'm exposing
no,
you.
well, you know, my husband has heard this story told so many times, but no, I mean, it's something when I counsel young women, you know, I say to them, and listen, you have to be very deliberate in choosing a partner, your partner for life, because the story is that when I was a child bride, I've been married for how many years now? 46 years. And you can tell I must have been a child bride. So, but I was a student at UWI when I got married, when we got married, and my husband assumed that I was going to be a student and the housekeeper at the same time. And so I said to him, listen now, because, you know, I'm in my final year, I have work to do. I can't do all of this housework. So here is the deal. I'll cook and I will do the washing, but you need to make the bed and wash the dishes and put out the garbage. Those three things, and he stomped his foot and he said, I will not be domesticated, said he. So I didn't make the bed, I didn't wash the dishes, and I didn't put out the garbage. And after a week, you can imagine what our small apartment looked like and smelled like. So he got the message. And I will proudly say that today, my husband makes the bed, washes the dishes, takes out the garbage. So it's really, I think that's something women have to learn, that they have to, you know, be firm about some of these things. Because my mother was a very strong woman. She was divorced at age 26 with 4 children, born 1 year after the other. She has risen to become the head of CXC, and she's a professional, has had many awards. She's a very strong woman. That was the example I had growing up. So I wasn't going to be the shrinking violet who just, you know, accepted this role of, you know, housekeeper and everything else, you know. So I have to give kudos to my husband and my sons-in-law, who have been similarly trained by my daughters, because, you know, we have to insist that those roles, as you know, the important roles we play as parents and nurturers have to be shared. Yeah.
Sandra, would you like,
Yeah.
sorry, Patricia, would you like to say something?
Yeah, man, just to add to that, I think a lot of us probably in this room come from families with either a strong mother or a strong father who encouraged us. And it's actually what makes us the female leaders within our society. But and sometimes we interpret that to mean that it's okay for all women. And that all women just need to know their worth because it's so natural for us, I never had to negotiate like Sandra. I have a gem of a husband, Sandra, know that. Yeah, I mean, our thing is just absolutely fully shared. As a matter of fact, since I've been married for 30 years, I've never been to the supermarket. You know what I mean? And he loves the supermarket. I don't like the supermarket. You know what I mean? But that's the point that I'm making, though, is as we acknowledge our own strength and our own power, understand that others didn't have the same opportunity or exposure that we had. So that's where the mentorship comes in. And it's a real thing. And even having the example of the all-female board is a real thing to give people that power.
Absolutely.
To say like, okay, I can make that speech.
And the confidence.
And the confidence.
Absolutely.
I can be on that panel. I can own my own company. Because it is not natural, because the norms in our society do not make it natural.
Yeah.
The norms in our society.
And I'd say there's some other norms. I mean, if we get back to sitting in the boardroom, I'd say there's some norms that happen that sometimes men are not aware of in terms of behaviors that they have that then exclude women. I mean, here's one example. Everyone's chatting champs at the moment, right? But when you walk into a boardroom and it's predominantly dominated by men, and even if it's not champs, because champs at least gives you the opportunity to participate to a certain extent in that discussion. But when you get into that room and every single man in there starts bantering with the other men about their old boys networks, it then makes it very hard for the women to participate in the conversation. It is also extremely difficult to walk into a boardroom and have someone comment on what you're wearing, whether you put weight on, whether any of those things, which are things that sometimes you're greeted with as almost a compliment. And I mean, I did witness someone when the sexual harassment bill was enacted. I saw it in a meeting, not in a boardroom, but I saw it in a meeting. And someone literally said, how am I meant to compliment the women now? This is something they need and they want. And I couldn't speak. I was just like, okay, there's no one in this room that actually genuinely believes it. But there were a couple who honestly thought that, when it's polite to make that type of personal remark. But there's the personal remarks, when I walk into a room full of men and I look at them, I'm keeping them to myself, because if I said some of them, it would be a real problem. So I was just wondering, men need to be allies of women. There are other behaviors in the boardroom, in meetings, Patricia, that can help women to be able to participate more, that open the door to them, that say, ladies first, that help them.
Yeah. One of the things that have become so much more aware of is that when women speak in a room, men speak over them.
Oh, yeah.
So you open your mouth and you begin to express an idea in a boardroom, and immediately side conversations start.
Or they say after you've spoken what they think you were saying.
Let me correct you.
I complain about it. They interpret it all the time. Yeah, they're interpreting it.
Yes.
No, and the thing is that we need to, as you say, Melanie, help them to see.
You have to help them.
Yeah, because they don't often recognize that they're doing it.
And to be fair, you can sit in rooms where you can tell board meetings chaired and meetings chaired by men who have been trained in this, because they will acknowledge it and they will let a woman speak.
Yeah,
Allow
them. As well as other women not acknowledging and helping.
Yeah.
So you see that
Yes.
Old Boys Club is also creating and we don't like to say old girls because our norms don't allow us to acknowledge and age gracefully.
Yes.
Right? But our Old Girls Club also needs to support in the same kind of way. So there's that around the not valuing the voice of the woman in the boardroom. And then there's the other norms of always speaking about a woman in the context of her body. Your compliment is not necessarily on her ideas in the boardroom as it should be, but oftentimes on her body, right? Then there's the other issue of how men choose to be deliberate around how they construct their team. You know, oftentimes so if I step into a room now and it is not quote unquote woke men, right? And I'm in a room and I'm the only female in the room, immediately I'm asked to take notes.
Yeah. Yes, and you know, I have this with my management team, right? And Lisa can vouch for me, but we have this team meeting, and sometimes the most senior people in the room are females, but it's them that's bringing the food to the meeting. It is them that is helping to pour drinks for the men at the table who are junior to them. And it is when I do it, or if I find myself doing it, I have to go and put my hands under, sit on my hands. But sometimes it's just a natural response.
So if we acknowledge the norms within the society,
yes, you're right.
Then we will deliberately choose to shift them. Okay, and so you make a request.
Nurturing kind
No, but men are nurturers too. Because if I am in a room with my husband, he's going to bring the juice to me.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell him what I am going to bring the juice to him, because that's his natural way.
Yeah.
That's how he was brought up. No, so if we choose to be deliberate about it, then if we are chairing a meeting or we are in a room, we will suggest to a man, why don't you get drinks to everybody?
Yes, why don't you take notes?
Or will you take notes, please? Yeah. Because then you will begin to change the norm. You know, so we have to be deliberate about it as well. So men and women.
But women have to be aware of it too, because I have been to a meeting where I saw a 23-year-old man straight out of university, and I see someone in charge of finance with a PhD, and we all needed photocopies, and she got up to go and get the copies. And I'm looking at this guy. He's obviously just new to the space, but at the same time I was thinking, why didn't he just get the copies? But sometimes it's just ingrained, and sometimes it's very hard to change behavior. But I think the other thing is, I know if a male is chairing a meeting, and to sometimes when women haven't been speaking in the conversation, to just stop and say, okay, Patricia, what do you think about this? What is your opinion? Or just to give them the opportunity to speak, so that, you know, there is a pause, so that all viewpoints in the room are taken, and not just the loudest voice or the strongest voice, which is often the deeper voice in the room.
And you're talking about strong voices. It's another challenge that I have right now. I am a very strong personality, and I'm a very passionate person. So when I express loud and passionately. All right. No, when you're in a boardroom as a woman and your voice raised, everybody say, why you are shouting?
Yes.
Because I'm not shouting. I am just passionate. But we cannot hear you because you are shouting. I said, well, listen louder. You understand? But The idea that a woman's voice can be loud and strong is sometimes frightening because of our norms. Because we expect a woman's voice to be gentle and soft and calming. So we also have to own that power and not make it wrong. Don't adjust your tone down. Don't adjust your tone down. Just listen to me differently. Remember, give them the reason why you speak loud. I speak loud because I'm a passionate person. So when you hear loud, hear passion, hear idea, hear everything coming at you, and listen to it from that space. So as we claim our power, we get better at it.
Sandra, do you want to say something? That's a different point.
So one of the services that my company Biz Tactics offers is corporate governance training and coaching. And I think that, I've worked with a lot of boards and especially the chairpersons to really ensure that things like diversity and inclusion are considered, that they are looking at the composition of their boards. They're looking at how they manage the meetings to make sure that everybody has a voice, not just the people who are dominant, who are usually the men. Because very often women they're not passionate like you, Patricia, and so they're not speaking up. So it's really incumbent on the chairperson to call and pull out those people who are not saying, because that's what corporate governance is all about. It's making sure everybody in the room has an opportunity to be heard and to ask the right questions. So I think this is something that, more companies need to embrace, the idea that their chairpersons can be coached and mentored to ensure a more robust governance environment in the boardroom.
And I think just awareness. I think nowadays, a lot of the male-dominated boards and the male board chairmen are seeing people getting more aware of asking that question. And I have seen a difference in it over probably about five years, for sure. But, it's still not where it should be. The numbers are not where they should be. And I think that, the exciting thing is that there are all of this cadre of middle managers and senior management who are women. And I just honestly hope that, that boards and corporate Jamaica look towards these women in the next 5 years so that we can get that percentage way up. Because, when you're looking at the number of graduates coming out of UE, you're looking at the number of female founders in businesses, you're looking at all of the amazing things that women are doing in this country. I think the opportunities for them on boards and to contribute to revenue growth, to contribute to the development of Jamaica, I think it's super exciting. And it can only improve. So I'd like to just thank everyone for the panel, and you can see why I love working with these guys and why I was so happy when they agreed to serve with me on my board. And I can tell you, some of our meetings do have a lot of excited voices going between them and passionate voices. And I think that makes a robust questioning of the numbers. It makes for a robust readership of every single word in every single report, trust me. And it means that as a result, I do better in terms of managing the business, and the business as a whole does better. So I absolutely advocate for female board participation and the increase. Thank you. Oh, are we meant to take questions?
Oh, yeah.
Julia? Was that it? Or are we meant to take questions? Or I don't know what the time's like.
So,
First of all, thank you for choosing the topic and the setting and the three lovely ladies. It was for me, it's very illuminating to see what I heard today. I have worked in 5 different countries, multiple cultures, majority of my life in the outsourcing space. And listening to your stories, it's quite dire what you've combated, and you've done really well. And in one way, I see it, the GSS industry is so much more fair and so much more balanced. A lot of what you see, I couldn't see. I haven't seen it in 22 years at all, right?
But to be
which
fair,
also means,
and then the whole point of what we're saying is you might not be able to see it because of the lens that you're looking
exactly,
through.
because how balanced it is, which also means this is a lot more prevalent outside the industry. The other industries are not as balanced, and hence the need for gender equality to take center stage, because I can see the disparity in how each industries are stacked up based on your experiences in banking and investment and in real estate, etc. Yeah, so I'm glad that you guys.
What's the gender composition on the board on which you?
It's 50-50.
50-50. Well, that's great. Congratulations.
Yeah. So, but I'm glad. Thanks for sharing everything you shared.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Oh. So I just have a comment. Excellent discussion, by the way. I like to be in rooms where I'm inspired by women, older women. And I'm inspired, right? But throughout today, I've heard comments in this presentation, in the ones before, in the keynote speakers presentation. I keep hearing the talk about mentorship. I heard Melanie said that, she wished she brought someone with her up. In the earlier discussion, one young lady said she, in fact, everywhere she went, she brought somebody with her. And I recall not too long ago when I was an associate at the firm in which I'm now a partner, I was reading a book, and it's a book called How Successful People Grow, and it's written by John Maxwell. And there was a chapter in the book on finding a good mentor, right? And there was a quote in the book that stood out to me. It says, "It is hard to improve if you have no one to follow but yourself." And having read that chapter, I literally sat and I identified 2 people that already accomplished what I am trying to accomplish at that time in my life, and people who they had the experience, a proven track record, and I took decisive action. So I identified those 2 people, and today they are my mentors. They have provided very useful guidance to me to this very day in my career. And sometimes as females, we have to take decisive action. You can't just sit there laid back, you're inspired, but what are you doing? If you want to become a Jacqueline Sutherland, find her, reach out to her, ask her, how can I get to where you are now, right? And I'm hoping that she would be willing to offer some advice. So that's my 2 cents.
Can I just say that I totally agree with you, and I'm a big proponent of mentorship. In the RevUp program, every founder has an international mentor and a local mentor, and we pay for those services for those mentors. So, and it's something I've mentored many women. I mean, even on the whole business of finding board members, I'm always on the lookout for females. And if any of my clients say to me, I'd like to find some board members, I will give them a short list of 6 and 4 of them are women. I'm sorry, guys, but that's how I work.
Patricia, is there a mentorship program? I mean, how did you deal with mentorship? I mean, I've listened to your sister, to Molly talk about mentorship, but
Well, at GMMB in particular, what we really have is a coaching program. So we are very deliberate around how we coach our team members from one stage to the next stage in their lives.
Yeah.
We do a lot of training with our team leaders in that space of coaching. So you do that kind of work. We don't have a mentorship program, so to speak. I personally have been mentor for UE and in some PSOJ programs where I have worked with actually a program with youth. Yes, with youth.
Yeah.
I was a member, mentor in youth. For my own self, in how I choose my mentors, I don't have one mentor. I have, and they don't even know that they are my mentors. I have persons that I rely on when I need advice in particular areas, and that I use them in that way to be able to help me to move forward.
And I think it's the comfort of it. It's like, who can I call right now who's not going to judge me for asking this question?
Yes.
And I'm going to feel comfortable asking the question without feeling like, I don't know my stuff, because no one knows everything. You can't know everything, but, it is a skill finding the people that do know and who can help you with specific things. Yes.
And the biggest skill is knowing what you don't know.
Yes.
That's the biggest skill. Yes.
So I don't necessarily have a comment or a question, but I have been listening to everybody today, and I want more to challenge everybody in the room. And what I want to do is challenge everybody as parents, as individuals in society, as leaders, as part of the GSS, as board members, to leave today and make a change. Not just your daughters, but your sons also, because you need to raise them to be the board chairman, if that's what he chooses, to have that equal opportunity in his boardroom. You need to raise your daughters to think outside of the box, color outside of the lines, be anybody she wants to be. As GSS leaders, we need to learn that we are dealing with people who have already been brought up in society. We're dealing with adults. What they have learned in society, we now need to educate them and develop them to making sure that they are making the change. We can't wait 132 years. As leaders, we need to push this in our organizations. As board members, we need to push it in our organizations to make sure that equality. So I challenge everybody here today to ensure that you go out and you make a difference come tomorrow.
Yeah. That was a really good note to end on. So thank you very much. And thank you very much to, and thank you to GSS for giving us this forum and this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Okay, thank you so much, Melanie, Patricia, and Sandra. So we're gonna be moving as time is against us. So I'm gonna invite Nicole Peter-Patterson. I'll just briefly say she's an expert on inclusive finance, gender, and trade. And she will be leading the panel discussion with 2 persons who will be joining us virtually. And the focus is on building the pipeline for women in tech leaders in the sector. Thank you. Good.
I'm here if you need to hear me, Nicole. I don't hear you very well, Nicole. If you can speak up closer to the mic.
Hi, everybody. Ooh, good.
Perfect. Perfect.
I also have a passionate voice. Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for staying with us. I am going to be speaking to the issues in terms of building the pipeline of women in tech, speaking from firsthand experience in terms of what I've been doing and with some of my colleagues. I am looking for Tane. Tane, do you have Raj Ramdas also on? Is he coming on? Are you doing a split screen? Okay, I guess it's going to be alternating screens. All right, welcome. Again, I'm glad to be with you. My name is Nicole Peter-Patterson. I am a gender and trade expert, as well as also a certified financial inclusion policy expert. I'm Jamaican, but I'm based overseas. I live in Geneva and try to be here as often as I can. I am co-founder and director of an NGO that is established in Barbados called She Leads It, or She Leads IT. So it's a definite and purposeful pun on the name of the organization. And our lead project is Caribbean Girls Hack, which I've had the pleasure of working with both Sonia and with Raj on that. So really happy that I'm coming after the session that was just done in terms of focusing on women on boards, and I'm going to be touching on a lot of that, and I'm not going to be sitting. So let me introduce my panelists. That's Raj Ramdas, who is a computer engineer, co-founder of RSC, Restore a Sense of I Can. RSC is a not-for-profit and for change organization, quietly but significantly doing a lot of work in across the Caribbean region. He's received numerous awards for an initiative that he's created called RSC Tech Clubs, which is really leading in terms of hands-on both for girls and boys, dealing with e-waste and other different activities in sustainability. He has been the substantive partner of Caribbean Girls Hack, providing all the technical training that we have been doing across the Caribbean region. Caribbean Girls Hack came about as part of Girls in ICT Day in 2017. So we've not been around that long. Raj's been doing what he's been doing for over 10 years. He's also worked with IBM STEM Girls and with CAPS, which is the Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. And in addition to Tech for Girls, which has been partnering with me and with others as part of the Equals Global Partnership for increasing the number of girls and women with hands-on in technology in terms of access, skills, and leadership. So that's the introduction on Raj, who is on the way doing a lot more things in Trinidad right now as we speak. Also, let me introduce Sonia. Sonia George is the founder and executive director of the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. She's an international policy expert and gender equality and gender equity, I'm sure, advocate. She leads on coalitions, ensuring coalitions between the public and private sector with civil society across the world, with very much of a focus on issues in terms of addressing the cost of connectivity and what is referred to as meaningful connectivity, which we'll speak about today. Sonia has been identified as one of the world's most influential top 100 in digital governance. And she's also a member of the ITU Equals, as well as ITU's the International Telecoms Union, which is where a lot of the programs, including the Broadband Commission, are based out of Geneva. And she is the former co-founder of the Alliance for Affordable Internet. Welcome to you, Sonia. I think everybody can, if you can just say, okay, I'm looking left and right, I'm just gonna look to the right, to the left. If my panelists can just say hello, so I know that you can hear us and we can hear you.
Hello, Nicole. It's a pleasure to be here with you all.
No, we can't. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, Nicole.
Mr. Tech or Miss Tech? We can't hear Sonia as yet. Raj?
Can you hear me? I
no,
heard
we
Sonia
can't hear you.
on my side.
Can you turn up your audio on your side, Sonia?
It's all the way up. Can you hear
It's
me at all?
all the way up. Okay, Raj?
Yeah, can you hear me? I can hear Sonia really clear on my
Ye-
side.
Yeah, okay. All right, so if we can have something to just address that. What I'm going to start off with a bit is in terms of setting the context on some of the pain points. What we've been doing with Caribbean Girls Hack and with She Leads IT is to focus on building that pipeline of women in tech. To be honest, we've done that with a focus at the secondary school level and at the tertiary level. Raj, I know Sonia, but especially Raj has been doing that even at a younger stage in terms of at the elementary level. The reality of it is that there is very limited information and factual data in terms of where we're at in terms of STEM, in terms of ICT skills, not just in Jamaica, but really a lot across the Caribbean. IDB has done a lot of work in that regard as well too. The GSS report, as a number of you I'm sure have looked at, showed that females account for 54.6% of students in the field of science and technology. And in fact, there's a slight majority of students completing ICT related exams at the secondary level. However, something seems to happen when they get to the universities. So whether that, and we're talking about Jamaica, whether that's NCU or UTech or UWI, that kind of thing. An IDB 2019 report indicates that Barbados, Trinidad, and Tobago have tertiary level female students are representing around 20% of the students that are there, right? Similarly, a little better figures in terms of the research that had been done by UWI. 2019 report found that 27% of the female students enrolled in ICT and engineering programs. But if we look at the fact that females comprise 65% of the student body at UTech, and 70% of UE graduates, why are there only 26% female STEM graduates coming out of UTech? So something is happening between that almost, 50-50, whether it's at the lower high school level, and then as they move up into secondary school, and then definitely, even though there is a significant composition of women in the student body at the university level, there's something that's happening in terms of why there's only 26% of female STEM graduates at UTech. I'll tell you my personal experience. I went to a Google developers meeting for the young people, Google developers group at UTech. And I counted there were about 78 of us that were there. I was just visiting. And out of that 78, tell me how many, I love the interaction that Dr. Bell did. Tell me what percentage were women? Voila, bang, 7 women out of 78. And guess what? The 7 included me, and I don't count. So we got a lot of work to do. The first question that I want to pose is to Raj in terms of the work that you've been doing with RSC Tech Clubs, which has been working over a decade across the Caribbean, delivering programs, hands-on training, building technical skills for teachers, youth, and with specific initiatives for young women, whether that's through Girls in ICT Day, which, by the way, is coming up on April 27th. I'm definitely going to be reaching out to the, GSS Council, because there is a lot, if you have such a high propensity and composition of women who are on your staff, this is an opportunity for engagement, and they can do it virtually. They can, okay, not during work, but yeah, they can do it virtually. Okay, so Raj, my question to you is, how have you seen trainees or the participants in your programs apply the benefits of increased digital competencies to tackle problems, whether that's in education or sustainability programs that you've been doing and e-waste? And what key facets of these competencies do you think are relevant to the challenges of a fast-paced 21st century workforce? Yes.
Yeah, quite a amount. Yeah, okay. So again, once more, good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, 1 second, Raj, because we can't hear you. Can everybody hear? Okay, so no, so Sonia
Can you-
can't hear Raj. Raj can hear Sonia. We can't hear them.
Oh, you can't hear us. I could hear Nicole. I could hear Sonia. You can't
No,
hear us.
really.
Can you hear
No.
me now?
Yeah, that's much better, Sonia.
Can you hear me? Okay, try again,
Okay.
Raj. Maybe we have
So
to,
can-
I have to unmute with you.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes, much better, much better.
Okay, great. Yes. So quite a mouthful question there, Nicole. So again, good afternoon, everyone. Those of you who are present there, and of course you are streaming. So if I could segue that question, Nicole, from the RSC Tech Club model, basically what we did, and whilst this is not exactly what you asked, it leads into what you want to find out. One of the things that we have to understand is that there's a traditional education model, and that's a pretty big ship to turn. And what we had to do was to be able to work along with that model, because gone are the days over a decade, maybe 2 decades ago, where we would treat digital competence as perhaps a career path. It's no longer so. It's something that is in the threads of every single thing that we need to do. Digital competency is something that is just part of the run of the mill now. So what we had to do is we developed a technology model that runs parallel with the school model. So initially our focus would have been at secondary schools. So when we built or tried to build digital competency in students, it was initially to be an enhancement to what they're already doing, but also to work along with the existing curriculum, so we don't have all the battles with the ministries of education and the exams that they have to pass, and the fact that we are still using measuring sticks that don't work for the workforce that we have right now. So these digital competencies in the beginning, like if 20 years ago you go to a computer literacy course, you'll be doing things like perhaps spreadsheets and word processing and so on. That's not what I'm speaking to. I'm speaking about developing digital skills. So for example, everything hovers around connectivity, internet, AI right now. So to be able to develop students so that they can find the information that they want, so that they could be able to resolve the information that they're getting, so they understand what's real, what's not real, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. And then to be able to move from knowledge to wisdom. We still operate a knowledge-based society where we think people who know stuff are intelligent. People who have information in their head, they're branded as intelligent, but that's long gone. We need people who can take that information and be able to use, we've said it years and years and years and years, creativity or critical thinking, to be able to use that information to produce. So to bring that back to what you're asking, how have our trainees, and let me speak because our largest group really, and actually in the thousands and thousands, is secondary school students. How have they been able to do that? Because what we had to do, and of course, to get that collaboration, like she leads it, and Caribbean Girls Hack and Tech for Girls and hackathons, what we started to do is to create areas of application. So students would join a club. You'll be able to learn stuff like in the beginning, app development, web development, basic coding, video editing, stuff like that is what we fun play with. A huge part of what we also do is hardware. So with the hardware part of it, we teach our kids, boys, girls, everybody, to repair systems. You need to know how to maintain your systems. And then took that into a social program where we now have an e-waste part of what we do. We have donated thousands of computers through an e-waste model. So a lot of our students, they have the tech capacity hardware-wise. We teach them to develop. During the COVID, especially for that 2 years, there were literally hundreds and hundreds of hybrid programs. And we taught kids from streaming, come right back to video editing, come right back to be able to run programs. And through the model, internship concept in the model, actually we were in Jamaica the August of last year with teams of girls from Belize, Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago running the PAHO's Youth Conference. So, skills are developed in all these areas. We ran programs for COVID as COVID.
You're frozen there, Raj.
Programs. We have a massive tree planted. Am I back now? Yeah.
Yeah.
So with this tree planting project, what these girls do is they learn to GIS map trees. They learn to use artificial intelligence to look at the trees that are planted to calculate the carbon sequestration. Eventually, that's going to be a huge entrepreneurial type operation that would allow carbon credits. So to answer your question, Nicole, it's not just about, for us, digital competency for a career that's branded digital. It's about digital competency for functionality and for understanding that whilst, yes, we would love, the girls and boards and everything else, but you know what? A lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of startups, a lot of whatever can be making much more money than some of these board members. I know I spoke too long, Nicole, sorry, but that's just like the way to
Well, we
pick up
need
it.
the balance. It's not only about making a lot of money, right?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. So very, very key points there, Raj, in terms of using and applying what they've learned in terms of the hands-on, in terms of the problem solving, in terms of applying the critical thinking, whether that's through sustainability or other initiatives. I mean, I'm going to constantly be throwing out the opportunities within the context of where I am here. This is the GSS sector that is here. I'm sure you have many change out of your machines, many times that's taking place. That's one of the things that RSC Tech Clubs has done in terms of that e-waste, taking the machines that are going to be then thrown out. And that's part of like, okay, guess what? Now you're going to take the computer apart and put it back together. And I've been to many NGOs here at home where I've seen, and also universities, maybe I won't call it another university, where there's a big computer screen or a big TV screen. Oh, it's not working, it's broken. I'm like, wait, but isn't this the engineering department? That's an opportunity right there. I want to welcome Sonia to give some remarks, speaking to some of the points that Raj had raised in terms of digital skills and recognizing that, as we know, although the use of digital devices and the internet allows us to improve efficiencies in our lives and to, so to speak, well, not so to speak, actually automate tasks, it does not, in fact, necessarily mean that all user groups are equipped with the skills to optimize the benefits from it beyond the operational level, right? So maybe you can pay a bill or you can, authorize, yes, that transfer was done in terms of your account. But Sonia, how is your work at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership raising the bar to strengthen digital economies? Particularly, I know you're doing a lot of work across emerging markets. And why is meaningful connectivity important to address the gaps that women face so that they can make the most of the internet as digital sector employees and digital citizens?
Great, thank you. Thank you. It's great to hear all of you. I want to start by saying thank you for having me here. It's been really fascinating to hear the discussion. I've actually been here for quite a few hours, enjoying the delays, but also the fantastic exchanges. And a lot of it has been said. So I'll try to share some of our experience with you now. So to answer your question directly, Nicole, one of the things that we've done as an organization is really to try to reimagine and reconceptualize the concepts around what it means to be connected in a digital society. And tell me that you can hear me, okay? If something goes wrong, just tell me and I'll repeat, okay? Yeah. So rethinking and reimagining the concepts is really important, because I think what happens here is that there's a combination of factors. One, the kind of social structural issues that are really determining how women experience technology, engage with technology, and are part of a digital society, both as creators, as innovators, as individuals, as anything that they choose to be, including entrepreneurs and laborers. And then there's what we, and myself included in that kind of wider perspective because of the work that I do, what we as policymakers and those that are working in the sector to determining policy, to determine targets and visions and strategies can do to change the way these questions are addressed. And I start by saying always that anyone who calls themselves a policymaker and doesn't make decisions for the wider public good is really not being a policymaker, right? And so it starts with that. what is it that we can do? What is the best way to actually get to the ultimate goals that we want to get to? And when it comes to technology, and not just access to the internet in general, but the functionality and the opportunities that connectivity and digital opportunities bring to people's lives, we need to think differently, right? And the kind of thinking has three dimensions in our work that we tackle. It actually starts with the policymakers themselves. And I want to start there because we've been talking a lot about increasing the skills and the knowledge of women and girls and also men in different sectors, including the GSS area. But it turns out that policymakers are actually not quite prepared often to be designing and developing policies that are in fact gender responsive, meaning that they will have clear targets and plans and projects that are going to tackle these kinds of problems head on. So we need to train them. Also, we need to give them knowledge. And I wish many of them would be sitting in your room because so many of the speakers today said incredibly fantastic, not just shared experiences, but really good recommendations on how people can think differently about tackling these problems. So working with policymakers is really important to us and allowing them to see that as they make decisions, they actually have a responsibility to change the way these concepts are being utilized. Meaningful connectivity, the one that you mentioned, and I'll just touch upon that, and hopefully later we'll have a little bit more time, is this concept that having access to the internet and technology is not just about knowing that the internet is available somewhere, but is actually being able to afford and to confirm that that level of connectivity that people will access is meaningful because it has the quality, is reliable, it's the data, the speed, that people have skills, and they have the devices that allow them to fully exercise their agency through the functionality that those devices and the knowledge will then bring to everyone individually. So having policymakers think about that way of thinking about technology is quite different. And that's something that requires a lot of work and frankly, skills, what we call policymaker skills in the digital sector. The next level, the next dimension is the dimension of labor markets. And I'm focusing on these specifically because of the context of these session today. Labor markets are changing tremendously. The future of work is also changing and reshaping as we speak. And we need to be prepared. But we don't just have to be prepared in a vacuum. We actually need to take responsibility to not only retrain, but to bring new opportunities to different parts of the labor market, to different segments of the population, to different industries. And so it's really important that everyone, all stakeholders, not just governments, but private sector, civil society. And when I say civil society and public sector, I also mean, of course, all the different institutions of government, including all the educational institutions, take responsibility to bring that kind of knowledge and experience as part of the ongoing evolution of how we as citizens, as individuals behave in a society and are also allowed to participate in a society that is calling themselves a digital society. So we can't just say that we have a digital society goal and not embarking on an opportunity to provide these opportunities to those who make that society. Lastly, but not least, and this is an area that you are very familiar, Nicole, that we've worked extensively across what we call global majority countries in primarily global South, is working with really ministries of education and the different machineries in the education system, which actually means also ministries of technology, science and technology, education, and anyone that has a say and resources and thinking around how to educate population from the earliest stages to the higher levels. So it means not just elementary school, middle schools, high schools, university, but again, also job retrainment, right? And labor markets training in this area. And this is really important because One of the experiences that we've had is that we actually bring together ministries of education, ministries of science and technology, and communications together to define policy. Because often what happens is that the ministries of education say, we're bringing the connectivity. We actually bringing the connectivity to schools and no one is using it. The ministries of education are saying, well, we don't have the resources to bring connectivity to the schools, enough connectivity and or to support and invest in ICT labs or programs. And most importantly, also to support teachers and administrations to be able to be prepared to also not teach, but themselves be the examples that can utilize the technology. So all of these different aspects of, what we call a policy, a change and reimagining a policy and responsive approaches to policy, responsive from a gender perspective, is absolutely critical when it comes to skills, to knowledge in a digital environment. So let me stop there because I know we have limited time. And
Great job, Sonia, because you covered a number of the other questions that I had for you, and we're getting a time check. We've heard from Raj and we've heard from Sonia. What I want to touch on a bit now as in terms some of what was being discussed in the session before, and I pose that context as where the women in tech globally now today across the Caribbean, not just in Jamaica. The Global Gender Gap Report by the World Economic Forum 2021 report shows that globally women are underrepresented in leadership positions in the tech industry. So there's no surprise there, right? I'll tell you just an interesting anecdote that 2015 or 2016 report that was done by the International Labour Organization identified Jamaica as having the highest number of middle managers worldwide. That's old data though. It's not current data. Jamaica no longer holds that position. However, at the time of that information, it was 59% in terms of middle managers. I've read the GSS report and it's indicating that this is one area of a challenge for women to be in those roles and to move up to those roles of middle management. But I'll give you the interesting anecdote. I was speaking with the founder of something that's called the Boardroom Africa. And the Boardroom Africa is supported by the British International Invest. And what they've been doing there is training women to be board ready to serve on different boards across Africa, right? At the same time, in that meeting, what I shared with her was some research that had been done by Deloitte looking at where women are on boards in the Caribbean region, albeit it's, targeting where they do have Deloitte offices. And the information is showing that Jamaica is at, similar to the figure we had before, that 7%, guess that 10%, which was giving us 7, guess what? Jamaica is at 7%. This lady, Marsha Ashong from the Boardroom Africa said to me, so what happens between the 59 and the 7? I'm telling you, even though I've been doing some work looking at this, I'd never thought of it that way. That's the question that we need to tackle. And that's where we need to target the work that we're doing. So how does this, we need to make sure that we translate women's leadership at the tech workforce level. There are some good examples that we have. We have examples in India. We have some examples in Costa Rica, where a lot of the emphasis has been to ensure that there are women at the leadership level within the ICT sector, okay? And that is also achieved through mentorship. We've heard a lot of discussion here today talking about mentorship. That mentorship may be taking place in the workplace, but I am putting forward and I'm putting a challenge that we also need to be having that mentorship, which is part of what we have integrated in the work that we're doing with Caribbean Girls Hack with our partners. We need to be bringing in the high school, yes, well, senior school, of course, and university students into mentorship opportunities also, because the bottom line is, and we all know this, you can't be what you can't see, right? You can't be what you can't see. We're hearing about a lot of women working in the GSS sector here in Jamaica and around the world also too. We're also hearing of fantastic examples like Stanley Motors all-female board that I've been hyping to my colleagues at the international level in terms of, do you know we have an all-woman board? I'm sure it's for the whole LAC region. I'm sure it's not just for the Caribbean. So we need to bridge that gap between the mentorship, not just in the workplace, but also with university students, right? They're still at school. This is an opportunity to empower them, to give them agency, to give them voice, to make sure that they have, as Dr. Bell spoke about and other colleagues spoke about in terms of the allies of the men with them as well, especially in the programs at the university level where in STEM, they are the only ones that are in those programs. So I know we don't have much time, but I want to just leave you with a few key points that I think are critical and that we'll continue to be working on as Caribbean Girls Pact. She leads IT, the policy work that Sonia is doing, and definitely the work that Raj has been doing. Right? What are some of the key things that we need to do to build a talent pipeline? As I've said, mentorship, and not just mentorship, sponsorship. Difference between mentorship and sponsorship is this. Sponsorship means that somebody is talking about what you've been doing when you are not in the room, right? So we need to be pushing that sponsorship of our young women at the university level, at the business level as well. What are some other issues that we need to be looking at to ensure that we are building that talent pipeline? We need to ensure that we are engaging girls in robotics, IoT, AI, blockchain, not being afraid of it so that they have an understanding and a comfort level with emerging technologies. I can tell you from the work that we've done also with RSC Tech Clubs, and I see Dr. Mansing here also too from UWI. We threw those students onto the stage. We said, you created a solution to address transportation or pollution or whatever it is. Go up there, pitch it, tell us why your idea is a good thing. I'm telling you, when you see the change in these young ladies, it is incredible. It is so incredible and inspiring. We also need to make sure that they have more knowledge and understanding of data analytics so that how they can extract the insights from that. The technical skills, Raj spoke about the technical skills, communication skills, critical as well. Flexibility and adaptability. Those are some of the things that I think that I know that we're continuing to do with the limited resources that we have at Caribbean Girls Hack. We look forward to continuing to work with entities like yourselves. And I don't think I have any time for questions, but thank you very much, Sonia. Thank you very much, Raj. And thank you very much, everybody. It was great to be here.
Thank you all. Thank you for having me.
Okay, thanks much. Bye, everyone.
Okay, thanks. Okay. All right, so we are down to our closing circle. We're just gonna have that panel discussion and then we will move into lunch. I'm gonna invite Marjorie Straw, Program Director for the Global Services Sector Project. And Marjorie will be speaking on imagining a future of gender equality in Jamaica's GSS.
You're gonna have to be looking at everyone. Thank you, everyone. You know, I heard the work that Nicole mentioned, and Melanie brought me back to our days of Jamaican girls coding, right? Yes, and that was a very positive project. where we introduced Jamaican girls to coding. So I know that Dr. Mansingh and I are quite cognizant that we're between you and lunch right now. Never a comfortable position to be in. But what we're going to discuss today is, imagining a future of gender equality in Jamaica's GSS. And just a bit of context, as the world embraces, advances in technology, we stand to benefit from workplaces that can remove barriers that prohibit many from participating in the labor force, increase workplace flexibility, and improve productivity and innovation. But as we're talking about the future of work, we can't ignore the influence emerging technology will have on workplace inequities and the intersection of gender and work. Women are underrepresented. Many of our discussions today highlighted that fact in industries that produce technology, design, and function. Without diverse ideas and capabilities creating technology, we may be impacted in interactions with technology, entrenching gender bias and exacerbating existing workplace inequity could come as a result. So understanding these impacts will become increasingly important for the workplace as automation and artificial intelligence become common features in modern workplaces. As such, when we speak of the future of work, technological advancements and gender intersect in 4 key areas. Women in STEM fields, as we said, they continue to be underrepresented. Inequity through design. Research has shown that the lack of diversity in the design of technology can lead to a bias towards men and mean that technology is less effective when utilized by women. Automation and robotics. Recent studies have shown that there's a significant percentage of future jobs are susceptible to automation, and that this automation will likely lead to job losses and will have the most impact on workers with lower levels of educational attainment and women in tech, that whilst all workers will need to adapt in spending more hours working alongside automated technologies, it is likely that more women's jobs will be displaced by automation. And of course, this could have a negative impact on the gains of increasing women in workforce participation. A recent study by the IDB, as we've just done last year, actually, entitled Latin America and Caribbean Need to Reduce Gender Gap in Digital Transformation, revealed that 62% of representatives of major institutions and entities in the digital ecosystem in Latin America and the Caribbean think the digital gender gap is a problem in their respective countries. The same proportion believe that women have little participation in digital transformation processes because of a lack of skills and competencies. And so just given that context, I'm going to now use the opportunity to introduce my panel who is on with us today. Thanks for your patience. I have with us Fernando Pavon. Fernando is the Senior Operations Specialist in the IDB's Labor Markets Division based in Mexico City. He focuses on the development of programs to support the productive sectors in the development and implementation of worker training strategies, as looking at improvement and retraining strategies for their digital transformation processes. In this role, he provides regional support for these issues and for the development of digital skills strategies. He was previously based in Jamaica, leading the LMK portfolio in the Caribbean and designing and implementing projects directly related to the industries such as global services, maritime, logistics, medical services, and digital skills, in addition to digitizing the Caribbean's regional certification framework with the use of blockchain. Thank you, Fernando, for being here. Edna Medina. Hi, Edna. Good to see you. Edna has more than 20 years of experience in the field of education and skills for employability across different types of organizations, the public sector in Colombia, Ministry of Education, Public Employment Service, Ministry of Science and Technology, and Foreign Investment Agency, Invest in Bogota, International Corporation Sector, Fulbright and British Council, nonprofit organization, Volunteers Colombia, and in EdTech startup, Platzi. In her current role as Senior Program Manager for AWS Restart in Latin America, she leads the strategy and oversees the delivery of a workforce development training program for unemployed people in 8 countries, Argentina, Colombia, Costa Rica, Chile, Mexico, Peru, Puerto Rico, and Uruguay. Thank you. Welcome, Edna. Egbert, originally from Berlin, Germany, Egbert von Frankenberg, has lived and worked in Jamaica for over 10 years. He has a degree in international business from the European Business School in London and has worked in several industries for companies like Universal, Ernst & Young, and Sandals Resort. Egbert founded Nightfox App Design together with the CTO Robert Ainsworth in 2013 out of the need to provide quality software to the Caribbean and its international clients. Their belief is that a good quality code is a product that needs to differentiate through innovation, quality, sustainability, and ethics of the trade. Nightfox App Design has been focusing on delivering cloud solutions in high-impact sectors such as mobile, machine learning, AI bots, and blockchain. And prior to starting his own company, Egbert served as group manager for media management at Sandals Resort, head of broadcast operations and creative services at RJR Communication Group, and business development manager at Reggae Television Jamaica. Egbert is also the chairman of the Global Services Sector Skills Council and a board member for the Caribbean HR Solution. Thank you, Egbert, for being here. And sitting beside me, Dr. Gunjan Mansingh is head of the department and a senior lecturer at the Department of Computing at the University of West Indies Monia campus. She is deputy chairman of National ICT Advisory Council, which advises the Minister of Science, Energy, and Technology, and she's chairman of eGov Limited. She's vice president of Innovation and Education of Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance, formerly known as Jamaica Computer Society. She holds a PhD in Information System and teaches various courses at the undergrad and grad level in computer science, information system, data science, business intelligence, programming, AI, data visualization. Right, I know. And she's a co-author of quite a few publications, over 50 international journals, proceedings of several international conferences. So really happy to have you here. Welcome, everyone. And so I think I'd like to start with you, and for everyone in the room, first also my TL. So I could go in first. Jamaica has increased its focus on higher value added segments, such as knowledge process outsourcing and information technology outsourcing. As it seeks to transition into that space, what strategies must be implemented to upskill and reskill the current workforce for opportunities in those segments? Thank you.
Thank you, Marjorie. First of all, hi, Jamaica. It's a pleasure to be virtually linked. My heart is still in Jamaica. I spent a good few years there. And it's a pleasure to be with my fellow panel members. Thank you for joining us today. Interesting question, Marjorie. I think industries in particularly have to have this forward vision as to how transformation in general is impacting them. The GSS being a digitally native industry, when we first started having these discussions in 2018, I recall, one of the biggest questions were, how do we pivot from BPO to KPO and ITO? So understanding the industry dynamics is very interesting, and it's the fundamental first step. How are we positioned globally? What's our competitive advantage? And understanding those gaps to be able to draw out what are the skill sets that we require to fill those gaps as an industry. And from there is what we call in the back the industry skill strategies. We can then identify, well, first map out, and I think you were the pioneer in this in the Caribbean, creating a career pathway framework for the industry to be able to visualize what are the gaps that the industry and firms face in terms of skill sets. And from there on, identifying how do I go from point A to point B in reaching that objective of KPO, ITO, those higher segments that the industry wishes to pursue. And at the individual level, they can see what are the skill sets that they need to pursue to be able to do to reach that upskilling or reskilling strategy as an individual. But most importantly, I think the industry needs to identify what are those gaps and be able to convey the proper messages that how the individuals within the industry or future talent for that matter can attain those skill sets and be part of that transformation.
Thank you for that. And as we seek to upskill and reskill and to chart, clearer guidance for persons in the industry, because not everyone readily grasps, and there are not enough tools out there coaching women, coaching persons how to navigate the industry, and even more how to get into the tech space more. Edna, you have been working with women for some time, especially through your Restart program. Tell us a little bit about that and help us to understand from your perspective how cloud technology is growing and the career opportunities that you're seeing, not only through the Restart program you're doing in LATAM, but how that is translating in reskilling and upskilling of unemployed and underemployed females.
So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the invitation. I've also been enjoying the conference since the start, and I'm happy to join the passionate voices of everybody here in the conference. I'm also very happy to represent AWS in the program that it's been leading for more than 4 years now as part of its global commitment to train 29 million people in cloud computing skills at no cost. So AWS Restart is one of these initiatives. It's aimed at unemployed and underemployed people, and it seeks to connect the graduates with jobs. So this program is very much job focused. And there are several things to point out. It's delivered at no cost to the learner. It requires an instructor. The learners can have little to no experience in technology, and it's cohort based. So we recommend that there be one instructor for every 30 learners, more or less. And the reason why behind this is because we believe that we can help reduce that talent gap that is present at a global scale by incorporating people that not necessarily have experience in technology. So this program is very much focused on inclusion, on diversity, and on bringing into the technology sector people who have an interest, who want to try. And so this program prepares people for entry-level jobs. We're delivering the program in more than 60 countries worldwide and more than 180 cities. In Latin America, we've been offering the program for the past 2 years now. We're delivering the program in 9 countries, as Marjorie mentioned. And I'm happy to say that over the last year, we've been intentional in our efforts to support women. And so we've had women-focused cohorts delivered in Colombia, in Costa Rica, and in Argentina. And it's important to say that each of these countries and our realities in Latin America are very different from country to country. I've been listening to what Jamaica has been doing and how there have been several efforts, and the numbers of women involved in technology may or may not correspond to other countries in Latin America. So the first thing there is to understand, different countries have a different demand. But what's exciting about technology is that cloud computing skills are growing in demand. There's no going back from what's happened in the world for the last years. Companies are switching their workloads to cloud technology because cloud technology provides solutions helps them innovate, experiment faster, and reduce costs. So really, cloud technology is a trend that's only going to continue growing globally and in Latin America. So this really represents an opportunity to reach people with the right training and to help them launch their career. What is necessary, though, is to engage employers. Because when I speak to employers in different parts of Latin America, and I ask them, what type of talent are you looking for? Normally, they give me the same answer. They're looking for senior level talent with cloud computing skills. And that senior level talent with cloud computing skills comes at a high cost. There's a high rotation at the moment, and they're not easy to find. So really, AWS Restart is an initiative, is a proposal, is an invitation for the private sector to change their mindset about how they're hiring. We've seen that the future of work and the present of work now, companies are hiring much more for skills, more than degrees, and companies are now focused on what skills do people have and how can they bring that to the companies. And so Restart is part of that initiative, telling companies, because this is a certification program, at the end, graduates have the opportunity to get certified in cloud practitioner, which is the first level of certifications in cloud computing skills. And so I want to highlight the women-only cohort that we delivered in Argentina, because it was not only women, it was women over the age of 40 years old. So this is just to show you that through training, through relevant training, through cloud computing skills, we can produce, we can generate opportunities and help women go back into the workforce. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Edna. That's interesting because we often, as we think about these various initiatives, we do tend to forget the older workforce. And I do remember years ago, Singapore had a very specific targeted program where for new multinationals coming in, they would ensure that their population and even the older ones had the opportunity to reskill. And I think the word you used was intentional, Edna, and I believe that's what we have to definitely be intentional about how we upskill and reskill the workforce, and of course, especially women. Thank you, Edna. So Egbert, do you think enough is being done to help women to get into the tech industry? What would you recommend?
Well, afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I think there's things that are increasingly done over the last couple of years, especially here in the Caribbean. I'm very happy to see the development. Overall, we see and hear about STEM education, and even in my daughter's school now, it's becoming a trend to include STEM education. And I see a lot of these little girls being interested in robotics and doing something more technical. So I think there is a mindset, and it will take a few more generations to foster it more. But what we're doing now is definitely the important aspect of building these foundations and bringing it in. Mentorship, it was mentioned earlier as well. Mentorship is one of the most important, I find one of the most important ways of connecting someone to a topic. And I think once there is this guidance and support, this kind of barrier that sometimes technology provides of, oh, this is technology and it might be difficult. That kind of boundary needs to be broken down, especially through people that provide mentorship. And in the tech industry, we have quite a few women working in our company, and it actually is a great harmony because we find that the way some of the projects are getting approached are a lot more harmonious. And so I find there's a soft skill element that comes with the women in our company that I truly enjoy working with, and it really helps in the development. And I think overall it's just the opportunities to provide these opportunities and be conscious as an employer to provide these opportunities and break down stereotypes.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that, Egbert. Dr. Mansingh, why do you think it's important for women to join the tech industry? And you have, interactions with many students on campus. Could you also, for the benefit of our listeners and audience, highlight the women to men ratio studying STEM, studying computer science or STEM related subjects at UE?
Sure, Marjorie. And hello, everyone. I'm face to face, so I can see you all and and communicate with you a little better than those virtually. So at university, and especially I'm speaking for University of West Indies, the female to male ratio is 70% females and 30% males. But there are few departments, a department like, computing, there's faculty of engineering, I think accounting, those tend to have more males than females. So in my department, and we are doing better than the international standards. Last few years ago, we used to be about 30 to 35% females as compared to the males. Last year, I had about 40% of my graduates were females. So, and I've been looking at numbers internationally. I think in North America, they tend to have between 20 to 25%. So compared to the North American market, I think our women are, our numbers are slightly better. But the more important question is that we are living in a space, we are living in this fourth industrial revolution, which we don't even know what it will become. In the last few months, do we even know what the labor market will look like? Even I am worried as to what might happen. Not worried, I'm wary of what might happen. And then to the labor market, what jobs will be around. And hence, we have to encourage more persons to get into that market. So if 70% of the females in the university are females, why only 40% actually are females in computer science? I expect that proportion to be even larger, because I think there is a big market for jobs and everybody needs to participate in that.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. And I'm going to ask you to follow on that, because Dr. Mansingh just said, we do not know what the future of work. I mean, there's so many emerging roles. There's a lot of talk about AI and AI displacing jobs and AI, there's also a discussion, active discussion about, is there truly a net benefit to artificial intelligence? I'd love to hear your views on whether you truly think AI will displace jobs. How can we prepare better for this future of work? Recognizing that a lot of it will be technology driven.
I think what we need to start to address is, how do we work with these technologies, the human machine collaboration aspect of things. AI can definitely displace employment, but I think if we're strategic enough, we can work with those to enhance the kind of work we do. For example, some tasks that are repetitive can be automated. And just yesterday, one of my communications colleagues needed to deliver the pitches for an industry strategy call for proposals that we're doing. And normally we would have to translate that, pay somebody to translate that, and she came up with a response in like 20 minutes. Oh, I have it in French. She did it through the chat GPT mechanism. She did have to revise some of the elements, but at the end of the day, it was done in 20 minutes. Normally that would take us about a couple of days so that we can send it to somebody and do it. So that's a perfect example of how we're using that to enhance our work. So what we need to start identifying in different tasks and occupations is, what is it that takes a lot of my time and is repetitive? How can AI or other automated systems can help me take that time that I use for that and spend it in other more efficient tasks that add more value to my job? The data, it varies across the board. Just recently, Goldman Sachs launched a study, I think it came out this week, that said about 300 million jobs could be displaced. Notwithstanding, their finding was that it could be in more advanced economies in white-collar jobs. So there's a lot of data out there. It varies depending on the approach that you look at it. I think that we need to be more strategic for industry-specific roles of how we can use that to enhance the kind of work that we're doing.
Sure, Dr. Mansingh.
Yeah, I also wanted to just share something, meaning I do agree. We don't know what's going to happen. But yesterday, I was at a career fair, my students were hosting, and I saw a very interesting experiment at play, and that reminded me that how male and female learners are in a learning environment. I think there's so many females in the room. I think you'll all agree that we don't like making mistakes. We are very careful, and that shows even as we drive. I think the driving statistics also show that women are in less accidents. So we don't like making mistakes. So we're very careful with what we do. Often in the technology space, the male learner tends to just try something out, and so there's a different way of learning in those two environments. But yesterday we had a little experiment, a little competition. They had created an image created by one of these AI agents, and they asked various students to give in the prompt, which would recreate those images. So the males were like very quick to type in quickly and submit it. The females actually went through, I noticed, a few iterations, and then they submitted it. And they were the ones who won in the end. So, that kind of learning, although males and females learn differently, I think, but females are more afraid to take risks. And I think in the environment that we are going in, we have to, it has to be a balance of both, because you have to take a little risks with technology, but you also learn that way. So I just thought that yesterday that experiment showed how we learn and how we are, and how we should use that to our benefit, and how we, train our young ladies to that environment.
Yeah, thank you for that anecdote, and the naysayers in the room will just keep quiet, right? But Edna, when you do the restart program, do you find that there's truth in that as female trainees, learning cloud computing, how do you see the coaching skills required for a cohort of females with respect to technology? Do you find that their approach is different, and does AWS have to consider other ways to engage with them for optimum results?
What I do think is important is to set the learners up for success, whether it's a woman, whether it's a man, somebody unemployed. We need to set people up for success. And with women, we need to understand that they do play different roles. Throughout the morning today, there was a discussion about the role of women as caretakers, as wives, as mothers, as maybe the main breadwinner of the family. And so if we do want to be intentional in helping and supporting women get through this reskilling and upskilling programs, we need to understand what's their time availability, what extra support they need to go over the content, to have a chance to learn. When we talk about employers, of course, mention technical skills, cloud computing skills specifically as part of the requirements. But employers are also very interested in the human skills, in the soft or transversal skills. And so women, and this was discussed today throughout the conference also, women do need more support in being assertive, and building that confidence. And, not all women have had the same starting point. And today in a previous session, someone mentioned how she had a very strong start because of her family and her mother and her sisters, and how other women don't have that start necessarily. And so what I do think is important is that women support other women, not only men, but that we give a voice to other women. We help them become more confident, and there should be adjustments made to programs. So for example, in the case of Argentina, we were flexible in the delivery, in the time delivery, in the schedule. We had extra sessions to support them. We had extra mentoring and coaching sessions to prepare them for job interviews. And also we had the employer lined up, an employer who cares about diversity, inclusion, and is also intentional in increasing the number of women they had on board. So to answer your question, I think that yes, we do need to be intentional about the adjustments and about how to support women to reach that final success and insertion into the job market.
Thank you, Edna. Egbert, what role could male pairs or male team members play to support their female peers in the business and tech world?
Well, I mean, as I've said before, communication is probably the best thing any male can do when it comes to finding ways of communicating better. I think not just communicating, but also as a male in the tech industry, I think it's important to amplify the colleagues, the female colleagues' voices across and help amplify their success and showcase it. And so, for example, ChatGPT was just brought up, and the CTO is a woman, and she's brilliant. I mean, I watched an interview with her, and I was astonished. It was great. And so I think we have these women in these amazing roles in the tech industry. And I think it comes to all of us to just highlight this more and more, just to find that there is this equality there. And then we can basically bring more confidence to newcomers in the industry that there is this equality and it's respected.
Thank you, Egbert. Dr. Mansingh, could you share with us any initiatives of which you're aware that are being implemented now in Jamaica to just enable girls and females to access the opportunity in STEM?
I think there are some initiatives which are happening by various, groups of people, the Girls Who Can Code, the Girls in ICT Day, which seems to be third Thursday in April. So there are lots of activities, even from a CARICOM perspective, they tend to have. And I think what Egbert also spoke about is the fact that there are mentors around. They see women in these leadership roles. I think that is something we need to amplify a lot more. So the activities that we do, and even from the university's perspective, every time we are asked to participate in Girls in ICT Day, even though it's exam time, but I find that my female leaders in technology, they come forward and then they create a group and they assist, and the various activities when they are interacting with the high school students, and that whole chain that continues. I think if the primary school students are seeing the high school students doing well in technology, high school students are seeing the tertiary institutions doing well in technology, it will get their interest. And I think we are also natural creators. So when we even change how we are learning in our curriculum, and we create more fun activity, I think both male and females will be attracted to this profession. I think in Jamaica, there are, it doesn't seem to be the first choice. When you hear people participating in the school challenge quiz, they say, good morning, Jamaica, they want to be a doctor or a lawyer. Nobody speaks about, being a computer scientist or an IT professional. And that's the day I'm waiting for, when those young people get up and say that they want to be in the technology space. And that's when we would have really changed their mindset. But the few pockets that are doing, Girls in ICT Days, the Girls Who Can Code, those are good activities, but we need it more as part of the system.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think, awareness is also very important, right? Because you can't go after something if you're unaware. And although it's almost ironical, because information, through the internet is so available, it's so accessible, we do struggle in Jamaica with persons even understanding the emerging roles. I mean, just yesterday at an event, I heard of a prompt engineer. Yes. So prompt engineer is a new emerging role. So Jalea, we have work to do on our career pathway framework, guys, because that outlines 4 pathways where we try to keep it current with emerging roles. And I'm learning that prompt engineers is a outcome of AI. And so, it's very interesting. And I'm going to pose a final question to you, but still allow panelists to give any final comments. How do you see, what recommendations would you have in framing the skills development framework of a country, and you can say specifically to Jamaica, so that it becomes more gender inclusive and addresses the underrepresentation of women in tech and STEM roles?
I mean, you highlighted something very important: awareness. I mean, and Edna, I wanna pick up on something that Edna mentioned, in understanding the context of women in this industry. But one of the things that comes to my mind whenever we talk about these issues is what are the bias? I mean, why are women, girls for that matter, when they're in school age, not going to pursue STEM occupations, study STEM? An IDB original study found that, you know, fears of discrimination and biases about girls and women in STEM are indeed very pervasive. 8 out of 10 female youth think that they would suffer discrimination if they pursued a career in STEM. And that's 8 out of 10. I mean, that's very alarming. And the survey found that close to a 30% point gender gap in the wish to pursue STEM careers. The gap was even more elevated when looking at hard sciences, including exact sciences, IT, industry, mechanics, and technology. Only 3 to 4% of male and female youth thought it would be appropriate for women to work in hard sciences. But 50 to 60% think that men belong in these fields. What a great disparity. This is what female learners are up against. That's what they are growing up thinking. So since hard sciences are precisely the careers for which the labor market pays the most, by opting out, women are tracked away from high-paying jobs. So information on the return to STEM careers is also gendered. While 50% of male students report knowing that STEM careers have higher returns, only 36% of their female peers do so. So these stereotypes are harmful because these girls internalize them. Right. And they grow up convinced that they don't belong in STEM. We need to eliminate that. So how can we approach that? To answer a question, there's an interesting initiative in Costa Rica. It's called Decidiendo Mi Futuro, Deciding My Future. And they wanted to address, you know, this blatant stereotypes among both men and female youth. And they were trying to get girls into STEM occupations, STEM careers. But they wanted to go into the base of the foundation, you know, in the school system. So Deciding My Future is a campaign to reach out female 9th graders and their families for a certain period of time, leading up to the high school course selection, so that we can have a higher pipeline of females going into the high school pursuing this, you know, courses. And it's really interesting because it focuses in creating that awareness, and this is something you just touched on, Marjorie. And I think we need to focus that it's not just an awareness campaign about what the industry does and what are the opportunities for women. We have to be more targeted. So our first group received messages, inspirational messages about successful women in STEM. You know, we need to inspire them. A second group received text messages that advocated the benefits of pursuing STEM careers, explaining that technology careers present opportunities as many companies are looking for people in STEM skills. This group of messages provide information about STEM, both in financial returns as its non-financial returns, such as the benefits that science brings to society and communities, and how women can be part of that transformation. The original survey had found that female youth were much less aware than their male peers of the high returns in STEM fields compared with other career paths. So the aim was to close this knowledge gap. So I think when we talk about awareness, we have to create strategies of create strategies that address these biases that we're seeing and that female youth are growing, you know, stigmatized about. That's not a career for me. We need to change that. I really like this initiative in Costa Rica. And, you know, I think the challenge here, and I will challenge you, Marjorie, that and the GSS industry, how much do we know about this biases in Jamaica, and how many females are going into STEM careers, and are those roles STEM oriented? How can we mitigate that? That's what we should be setting forth on the table.
Thank you for folks. Just indulge me one last question, because I think for you just opened a can of worms. And Edna, I have to just get I have to get every one of the panelists quick comment on this. Edna, please tell me from your experience in LATAM, how is the AWS Restart program helping to dispel some of these stereotypes, you know, and biases, and empowering the women
to embrace the roles in technology or wanting to seek a viable career in technology. And then Egbert, please think about, I'd love to get your perspective as well. What as tech firms do you do at the firm level to support that? Edna?
Yes, I'll reply with a real case because it's through people that we understand what's happening and what the impact is. So as Fernando was mentioning, Costa Rica, I remember Cherry Murillo. Cherry Murillo, she's 23 years old. She was unemployed at the moment when she saw the advertisement for AWS Restart. Join AWS Restart at no cost, learn cloud computing. She had actually studied social sciences. She was a social service employee, but with the pandemic, with the COVID, she became unemployed. She started studying the course with no expectation really, just other than to complete her time because she had so much free time on her hands. Today, she works at a technology company. And when I spoke to her and I asked her about her experience, what had it been and what she thought about the program, she said, I didn't even know what technology was for before joining the program. And what I love most about technology is how it helps me solve problems. And when she told me that, I understood how technology is really just a means to reach other goals, to produce other things, to reach goals, to make innovations for society. And so technology is a means. And if we help more people get access to the right training for free and help them create those opportunities, we can have more Cherry Murillos in the region. That's what we're working for.
Thank you, Edna. Egbert?
Yeah, I completely agree with Edna, and that's a really nice story, and I'm hoping that there's more stories like that coming out in the region. From our end, tech firms, not just mine, but we are in chat groups and we talk a lot about what we can do and how to be just to make the entire industry more resilient. We need to have this impact, and we need to find ways of bringing women into our sector more and more, especially since we know that on the tertiary level, there's a lot more women in the universities than men. So we are on the right way, and I think Jamaica has opened up quite a bit because we are in a way a little bit ahead of the curve. But yeah, I think we can just all continue what we're doing, be more aware, be team players, and be advocates.
Thank you, Egbert. Dr. Mansingh, what is the UE doing? What is the campus, or no, the university, sorry, doing to reduce the bias, change the stereotype for women in tech, or getting women into the IT space?
Well, the university, one thing I can say is in our work environment, I don't think we have any biases. I'm a female leading a very male-dominated department. This is in my 6th year, and I'll be like giving it up because we rotate after every 6 years. So I have never felt any kind of a bias from any of my colleagues. I think as a work environment, university, at least my faculty and my department, is a very healthy space. Now, when my students are seeing that space, when they are seeing female lecturers, I think they are attracted to the fact that, yes, this can be can you imagine a department which only had males? And then females are trying to be, students in that department. They will not feel that affinity with that environment. Right. So I think it's very important, although we have never gone to say recruiting, we have to recruit a female, because I think in other workplaces, you often do that. But in an academic environment, we have never done that. So we have in our department, 25%, I would say, are females. So there are 3 of us out of 11, if that adds up to a 25%. So, so from a university, we can only, lead by what we are, by example. And just a little point that, they have made that girls, like women, are good at solving problems. I wanted to just, say something, Marjorie. Sure. What happens is in the learning process that our curriculum right now is not very creative. It doesn't let people get their hands dirty with coding from early. So what they are seeing is very boring curriculum. The young men, the boys are more attracted to playing games. So they are getting that excitement from playing games, and hence they get attracted to this discipline. So we have to create that environment from in the schools that they feel the need to even participate in it. You know, how they are even solving problems using technology becomes important. And I think that STEM education and technology as an enabler, which is very, very critical, is something we need to focus on to ensure that, you know, that our young people, both males and females, are participating in it.
Thank you, Dr. Mansi. I think that's an excellent note to end on, because so much starts with just the curriculum, right? And ensuring that the curriculum represents what the industry needs, and that's going to support the kind of cognitive learning and skills that persons, male or female, need to nurture and cultivate from a young age. And so with that, I'd really like to thank my panelists for being on. Thanks for your patience. I know we were running a little behind. Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Edna. Thank you, Egbert and Dr. Mansingh, for a very productive discussion. Enjoy your day. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. We'll be my.
Okay, so it is that time. It's lunchtime, and I do believe the ushers are going to assist in terms of directing persons to the area it is buffet. So we're just gonna invite you to go in an orderly manner and enjoy lunch.
It's not hard to lose belly fat if you Project. The GSS project is a 5-year project that will provide Jamaicans with access to training and better jobs in the digital services sector, namely in knowledge process outsourcing, information technology outsourcing, and business process outsourcing. This project will empower you with the knowledge you need to flourish in digital industries and beyond. Funded by the Inter-American Development Bank, the GSS project aims to move Jamaica to create new and higher valued jobs. The project will facilitate much needed skills training and will position the island as a leader in regional digital services. The opportunities are endless and your options are limitless. Get there with the GSS project. Your new future is waiting for you.
One of my biggest objective for myself was the one, finance my tuition. And the BPO sector offered me that. My role is a HR generalist. At this moment, I am actually doing my master's in HR.
The BPO sector has given me a lot in regards to skills and compensation. It's given me a lot of patience because working in the BPO sector isn't easy. It's fun, but a tedious task as well. And it has also helped me to be financially stable so that I could take care of necessary bills and I could start my own small business.
When I was in fifth form, 11th grade, I just wanted to work in terms of just making money. So I was referred here by a family member. So I decided I need to get a job to send myself to school, help my mommy with the bills because she had really been there for me. So I wanted to help her with the bills and also for my needs in terms of any other thing that I wanted. I've been here for 9 months and I'm already on the line for a promotion.
You can do things during the week because you may have a work day on the weekend, which is good. People like flexibility. You can come here any day and you just see all kinds of things happening. They're playing bingo over there. They're having karaoke over there. They're just serving food, something, ice cream, sweets day, fun. Just come out and have some fun.
Well, I love the job because it offers me the flexibility to do many things. One, spending more time with my family. Two, not missing out on those important moments.
We talk about our flexibility in accommodating young people because, you know, this is their first job. They would have left high school. They still want to continue to study. We accommodate shifts. So we have full-time shifts. We have part-time, split shifts. You may come in the morning, then you leave in the day to go to a class. You come back in the evening. We accommodate you in just about every way as much as we can.
So the skills that I've gained so far is self-confidence. That's the main one. Self-confidence. I've learned how to be very persuasive in my talking as well.
Persons overall, they have it to say that BPO is just a BPO. Call center is just a call center. But for me, I started as an intern, promoted to HR specialist, and now I am an HR generalist.
We have departments, we have IT, facilities, human resources, recruiting, training and development, engagement. So we have so many other, finance, payroll. We have so many other departments that you can move from the agent level and go into that department.
With the trainings that we have to offer, as well as the other programs here at HGS, you'll be prepared in no time for the working world. Whether you're using HGS Healthcare as a stepping stone or you plan to build a career here, there's stability here in the BPO sector, and we're always hiring.
I have no regrets working within the BPO sector, and I will definitely recommend persons to give it a try.
Be a part of Jamaica's robust global services sector. Get real opportunities now and for the future. Welcome to the Global Services Sector, GSS, Career Pathway Framework, CPF website, where we provide not only prime access to exclusive sector information, but invaluable career opportunities as well. Gaining access and reaping the benefits of the GSS CPF website is easy. Get started by selecting the Sign In/Register option on the homepage and carefully complete your GSS profile. Complete the RIASEC self-assessment test to determine the career path that best suits you based on your personal interests and attributes. After final submission, your test results will allow us to present you with a range of roles to select from and see their detailed job descriptions, skills requirements, training options, a career ladder, salary offers, and benefits. After successfully registering and completing the self-assessment test, you may begin exploring your career possibilities from the Pathways page. 4 career pathways are offered by the GSS. Learn more about each one and confidently identify your career choice. Explore digital media and game development. Choose from job roles within game production, visual graphics, game design, quality assurance, and more. Information technology outsourcing, comprised of 7 job groups: cybersecurity, data analytics and AI, enterprise architecture and network infrastructure, operations and support, sales and marketing, software and applications development, and strategy and governance. Business process outsourcing offers roles in areas such as customer services, operations support, training, learning and development, business process transformation, and more. And knowledge process outsourcing. Take a look at jobs in the areas of intellectual property, financial services, digital and data analytics, training, and adult education, just to name a few. Click on the job roles in your desired pathway to view a detailed description, salary scales, required skills, and training options. Interested in what you see? Request career guidance at the bottom of the page to schedule a session with a career advisor. Enter the required information and don't forget to upload your resume or CV and submit your ticket. The GSS Career Pathway Framework is open to every and anyone. So whether you're a student, current employee, a job seeker, or switching career paths, you can get the help you need to succeed in the sector. Sign up today. Your GSS Career Pathway is just one click away.
Imagine a space where you can gain access to all the job vacancies being offered within the global services sector in one central hub. Access career resources, attend webinars and workshops right at your fingertips, and engage in interactive discussions with industry leaders. Also imagine that this same space allows you access to training resources and relevant free short courses, engaging videos and CV clinics, informative blogs, infographics, and other content designed to equip you for success in the GSS while allowing potential employers and employees to engage each other virtually. This is now a reality. Welcome to the GSS Talent Hub, the first platform in the Caribbean that allows both current and prospective employees and employers in the global services sector to connect in a virtual space. The GSS Talent Hub is backed by LinkedIn's powerful data insights and artificial intelligence capabilities as we work to strengthen the local talent pool and skills development framework. Job seekers, employees, and students can all benefit from the variety of career and training resources on the hub through interactive videos, blogs, infographics, and webinars. Having collaborated with professional networking platform LinkedIn, the GSS has created a space where all users can learn more about the business process outsourcing BPO, information technology outsourcing ITO, knowledge process outsourcing KPO, and digital media segments within the global services sector. The GSS Talent Hub will serve as the primary gateway between the industry and users. The hub is a useful tool for employers and users alike. This Talent Hub equips current and potential employees with the resources, soft skills, and knowledge needed to upskill as they connect with employers and industry players. The page is easy to access and navigate, with content curated just for you, so you can access the resources you need to succeed in the industry. Looking for a job in the industry? With one click, job seekers can gain access to postings of job vacancies from various firms within the industry on our central job board. Interested in growing in the industry but need to strengthen your skills? We're committed to providing you with the resources to put your best foot forward. Through short courses, CV workshops, and other training material on the GSS Talent Hub training resources page, you can feel confident as you grow in the industry. Not sure what career path is right for you? Get the guidance you need through our self-assessment tools, helpful blogs, and webinars. How does this all come together to strengthen our local skills development system? What kinds of data and insights can we expect to gain from this platform?
We at LinkedIn are delighted to announce our partnership with GSS in the rollout of their GSS Talent Hub. The GSS Talent Hub is going to foster an accelerated connection between job offer and demand and bring economic opportunity and growth to Jamaica.
At LinkedIn, enabling economic opportunity at scale is our job. We want to connect every member of the professional workforce in the world to opportunity. To help tackle this mammoth task, we use artificial intelligence to assist with everything from finding our members the right job openings to surfacing better candidates for our customers. With AI, we're able to efficiently sort through the massive amount of data we have. Job postings, people you may want to connect with, feed content, and more, and align recommendations with members' interests.
So, are you ready to get linked into the GSS Talent Hub? Search for the GSS Talent Hub and Training Resources page on LinkedIn and hit the follow button today to access all this and more.
Are you ready to enter the future of work? We'll help you get there through the Global Services Sector Project. The GSS project is a 5-year project that will provide Jamaicans with access to training and better jobs in the digital services sector, namely in knowledge process outsourcing, information technology outsourcing, and business process outsourcing. This project will empower you with the knowledge you need to flourish in digital industries and beyond. Funded by the Inter-American Development Bank, the GSS project aims to move Jamaica to create new and higher valued jobs. The project will facilitate much needed skills training and will position the island as a leader in regional digital services. The opportunities are endless and your options are limitless. Get there with the GSS project. Your new future is waiting for you.
One of my biggest objective for myself was the one, finance my tuition. And the BPO sector offered me that. My role is a HR generalist. At this moment, I am actually doing my master's in HR.
The BPO sector has given me a lot in regards to skills and compensation. It's given me a lot of patience because working in the BPO sector isn't easy. It's fun, but a tedious task as well. And it has also helped me to be financially stable so that I could take care of necessary bills and I could start my own small business.
When I was in sixth form, 11th grade, I just wanted to work in terms of just making money. So I was referred here by a family member. So I decided I need to get a job to send myself to school, help my mommy with the bills because she had really been there for me. So I wanted to help her with the bills and also for my needs in terms of any other thing that I wanted. I've been here for 9 months and I'm already on the line for a promotion.
You can do things during the week because you may have a work day on the weekend, which is good. People like flexibility. You can come here any day and you just see all kinds of things happening. They're playing bingo over there. They're having karaoke over there. They're just serving food, something, ice cream, sweets day, fun. Just come out and have some fun.
Well, I love the job because it offers me the flexibility to do many things. One, spending more time with my family. Two, not missing out on those important moments.
We talk about our flexibility in accommodating young people because, you know, this is their first job. They would have left high school. They still want to continue to study. We accommodate shifts. So we have full-time shifts. We have part-time, split shifts. You may come in the morning, then you leave in the day to go to a class. You come back in the evening. We accommodate you in just about every way as much as we can.
So the skills that I've gained so far is self-confidence. That's the main one. Self-confidence. I've learned how to be very persuasive in my talking as well.
Persons overall, they have it to say that BPO is just a BPO. Call center is just a call center. But for me, I started as an intern, promoted to HR specialist, and now I am an HR generalist.
We have departments, we have IT facilities, human resources, recruiting, training and development, engagement. So we have so many other finance, payroll. We have so many other departments that you can move from the agent level and go into that department.
With the trainings that we have to offer, as well as the other programs here at HGS, you'll be prepared in no time for the working world. Whether you're using HGS Healthcare as a stepping stone or you plan to build a career here, there's stability here in the BPO sector, and we're always hiring.
I have no regrets working within the BPO sector, and I will definitely recommend persons to give it a try.
Be a part of Jamaica's robust global services sector. Get real opportunities now and for the future. Welcome to the Global Services Sector, GSS, Career Pathway Framework, CPF website, where we provide not only prime access to exclusive sector information, but invaluable career opportunities as well. Gaining access and reaping the benefits of the GSS CPF website is easy. Get started by selecting the sign-in/register option on the homepage and carefully complete your GSS profile. Complete the RIASEC self-assessment test to determine the career path that best suits you based on your personal interests and attributes. After final submission, your test results will allow us to present you with a range of roles to select from and see their detailed job descriptions, skills requirements, training options, a career ladder, salary offers, and benefits. After successfully registering and completing the self-assessment test, you may begin exploring your career possibilities from the Pathways page. 4 career pathways are offered by the GSS. Learn more about each one and confidently identify your career choice. Explore digital media and game development. Choose from job roles within game production, visual graphics, game design, quality assurance, and more. Information technology outsourcing, comprised of 7 job groups: cybersecurity, data analytics and AI, enterprise architecture and network infrastructure, operations and support, sales and marketing, software and applications development, and strategy and governance. Business process outsourcing offers roles in areas such as customer services, operations support, training, learning and development, business process transformation, and more. And knowledge process outsourcing. Take a look at jobs in the areas of intellectual property, financial services, digital and data analytics, training, and adult education, just to name a few. Click on the job roles in your desired pathway to view a detailed description, salary scales, required skills, and training options. Interested in what you see? Request career guidance at the bottom of the page to schedule a session with a career advisor. Enter the required information and don't forget to upload your resume or CV and submit your ticket. The GSS Career Pathway Framework is open to every and anyone. So whether you're a student, current employee, a job seeker, or switching career paths, you can get the help you need to succeed in the sector. Sign up today. Your GSS Career Pathway is just one click away.
Imagine a space where you can gain access to all the job vacancies being offered within the global services sector in one central hub. Access career resources, attend webinars and workshops right at your fingertips, and engage in interactive discussions with industry leaders. Also imagine that this same space allows you access to training resources and relevant free short courses, engaging videos and CV clinics, informative blogs, infographics, and other content designed to equip you for success in the GSS, while allowing potential employers and employees to engage each other virtually. This is now a reality. Welcome to the GSS Talent Hub, the first platform in the Caribbean that allows both current and prospective employees and employers in the global services sector to connect in a virtual space. The GSS Talent Hub is backed by LinkedIn's powerful data insights and artificial intelligence capabilities as we work to strengthen the local talent pool and skills development framework. Job seekers, employees, and students can all benefit from the variety of career and training resources on the hub through interactive videos, blogs, infographics, and webinars. Having collaborated with professional networking platform LinkedIn, the GSS has created a space where all users can learn more about the business process outsourcing BPO, information technology outsourcing ITO, knowledge process outsourcing KPO, and digital media segments within the global services sector. The GSS Talent Hub will serve as the primary gateway between the industry and users. The hub is a useful tool for employers and users alike. This Talent Hub equips current and potential employees with the resources, soft skills, and knowledge needed to upskill as they connect with employers and industry players. The page is easy to access and navigate, with content curated just for you, so you can access the resources you need to succeed in the industry. Looking for a job in the industry? With one click, job seekers can gain access to postings of job vacancies from various firms within the industry on our central job board. Interested in growing in the industry but need to strengthen your skills? We're committed to providing you with the resources to put your best foot forward. Through short courses, CV workshops, and other training material on the GSS Talent Hub training resources page, you can feel confident as you grow in the industry. Not sure what career path is right for you? Get the guidance you need through our self-assessment tools, helpful blogs, and webinars. How does this all come together to strengthen our local skills development system? What kinds of data and insights can we expect to gain from this platform?
We at LinkedIn are delighted to announce our partnership with GSS in the rollout of their GSS Talent Hub. The GSS Talent Hub is going to foster an accelerated connection between job offer and demand and bring economic opportunity and growth to Jamaica.
At LinkedIn, enabling economic opportunity at scale is our job. We want to connect every member of the professional workforce in the world to opportunity. To help tackle this mammoth task, we use artificial intelligence to assist with everything from finding our members the right job openings to surfacing better candidates for our customers. With AI, we're able to efficiently sort through the massive amount of data we have. Job postings, people you may want to connect with, feed content, and more, and align recommendations with members' interests.
So, are you ready to get linked into the GSS Talent Hub? Search for the GSS Talent Hub and Training Resources page on LinkedIn and hit the follow button today to access all this and more.
Are you ready to enter the future of work? We'll help you get there through the Global Services Sector Project. The GSS project is a 5-year project that will provide Jamaicans with access to training and better jobs in the digital services sector, namely in knowledge process outsourcing, information technology outsourcing, and business process outsourcing. This project will empower you with the knowledge you need to flourish in digital industries and beyond. Funded by the Inter-American Development Bank, the GSS project aims to move Jamaica to create new and higher valued jobs. The project will facilitate much needed skills training and will position the island as a leader in regional digital services. The opportunities are endless and your options are limitless. Get there with the GSS project. Your new future is waiting for you.
That works. All right, everyone. I know that you're eating, but there is one more panel left. You knew that, right? Yes, many of you have stayed back just to hear this riveting panel. So you know that the GSSC does an incredible job at planning these very relevant forums for us to have these discussions, and they also prepare us with speeches to give you before introducing each panel. Yes, and I want to thank them for that, but I'm sure that there's a way that I can get you out of having to listen to another speech on a full stomach. So if you can just tell me a couple of things, I could move right into introducing the panel and get started. So, what is the ratio of women to men in the GSS sector? Anyone know? Thank you, 70 to 30. And in terms of how much people are employed in our industry, is it around 26,000, 46,000, or 56,000? Oh, you guys you deserve dessert, you know. You deserve dessert. That's enough, but I just wanted to share quickly that my gratitude for a lot of the presentations today, they opened my eyes. I was not aware of a lot of things that were being done now for women to get them into STEM and get them into jobs. So if you're there and I may have missed your presentation, I commend everyone for what you're doing. And I want to share personally, as someone who leads an HR professional services firm, that there's lots that if you're running a company that you can do to help bridge that gap. You heard about the gap that 59% are in middle management, but only 7% are in upper senior leadership. You know, when you are interviewing folks internally for those upper roles and they don't make it for the job, an easy thing to do is just to pull them back aside after the interview for the job they didn't get and explain why. A lot of companies don't take that small little step so that we can prepare ourselves for those positions. So that's my little 2 cents. I also want, before I give up the mic, to tell people that Tamaya Carey is the one who designed this dress. I've gotten lots of comments. She is a Jamaica local designer. She's a female. Not only is she an entrepreneur, but she employs females in the sales, distribution, design, and manufacturing here in Kingston. So if you want her information, yeah, big up Tamaya Carey. And on that note, I'd also like to introduce you to the next host for this session, Mrs. Can I just call you Octavia? Everybody calls her just Octavia. I knew her when you were just starting with IBEX. And I'm gonna big up Jaime Vergara, who she directly reports to, who he heads up half the world in IBEX. He identified her skills and worked with her to help to really give her opportunities to become who she could become. She is awesome. And on that note, Octavia, please take the stand for the next session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I defer to have my lunch now. I'll do it at the end, but from the look of, looking at the faces, and it looks like it's really good. So I'm looking forward to wrapping up real quickly. We're going to be doing a panel discussion. I'm going to ask the panelists to make their way. They know themselves. Okay, let's go. So thank you for that introduction, Deborah. And while they make their way, I wear many hats. Not here today in my capacity of, leading recruiting at IBEX, but I'll just tell you a little bit about myself. I am the Senior Director for Talent Acquisition at IBEX. And that's relevant to the topic that we're going to be discussing on this panel today, which is preparing the future pipeline of talent for the global services sector. But I'll be moderating and wearing my cap in the capacity of chair of the Apprenticeship and Skills Committee within the Global Services Skills Council. All right, so I will ask my beautiful, strong, powerful, funny, hilarious ladies to introduce themselves, starting with first on my left here, Ambrosine.
Yeah, I'm Ambrosine Smart, and I am a senior manager with Sagility Healthcare.
I am Chantal. I'm a manager at
I'm Josette Mellish, and I'm the head of HR for Sagility.
Shauna Reynolds Rankin, the customer service manager at NCA.
Thank you. And as it pertains to the global services sector and what I do as chair, the apprenticeship program, currently we are running a leadership and management apprenticeship program, as well as a supervisory management apprenticeship program. It is a 12-month course that basically looks at the skills that leaders need in moving towards the next level in their career. And it is a powerful opportunity for persons to grow and develop within this sector. And we have success stories, and we'll ask these ladies to share the part that they have played and what they have seen coming out of this program, as well as we'll speak about what we have learned here today. So I missed the first session, so I'm looking forward to being enlightened. I'm gonna start with my first question is gonna be for Chantel, right? So since you're currently doing the apprenticeship program as we speak, I'm gonna ask you to give me a brief overview of your involvement, what you're currently studying, what are you doing, how this program, what you think about the courses or the curriculum overall.
Okay, that's a nice question. It's new. Being introduced to it, it opens your mind. Coming into the GSS environment, being at IBEX, I'm not one that would be social. Being a part of the program, it has opened myself, but it has also given me the experience to bring what I've learned to my peers, and now I am seeing a difference regarding to how we carry out our deliverables, how we speak to our agents, how we coach them, because within this environment right now, it has been looked upon as, oh, why are we going into this? You just need it for a backup. But no, it's more than that. You see where you can develop yourself to become much more. Being here, I have seen wonderful, powerful women. And I'm like, so these women were hiding all along, like, they're wondering what's going on, but I've grown. I have learned how to be more self-disciplined. And for my peers, I am their role model now. So to know that I can bring whatever it is that I've learned, even though they're not a part of the program, I can bring whatever it is that I've learned to them and they appreciate it. Right now, I am, as my Auntie Lily would say, an exceptional individual because I don't just keep it for myself. It's always given me the opportunity to develop others.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. And as you spoke about developing others, and my next question or my next point is for Josette. I'm going to ask you, I know you've been in HR for a very long time. What are your views on the importance of companies not just focusing on an environment for engagement, but one that fosters employee development?
And thank you, Octavia. And I can see some brows going up when I said Sagility. Well, Sagility is formerly HGS Healthcare. So after the divestment, 2 companies, we are Sagility, 3,700 employees. So just a filler. So, in our industry, we work hard and we have fun. So there is the engagement side, but growth and development is what young people look forward to. They we have regular feedback surveys, and consistently, quarter by quarter, month over month, growth and development, one of the top 3 at all times. So at Sagility, we place a lot of store on that. We have an OD department. So we do business learning as well as other development for seniors, managers, everybody from the advocates all the way to our directors. There are development opportunities, learning solutions for everybody. People want to grow. And so when the GSS program came about, that was really, really exciting. And, Marjorie, we have to say thank you. And I got a message for you. Some of my staff said, you're going to this conference, big up to GSS. So
That's right. Round of applause for GSS.
I'm giving you the message that I got. I won't eat it. Big up to Marjorie, big up to GSS. It's huge. And when you think about it, where else would you find some, a company or an institution paying you a stipend? Right. Develop yourself to learn, no cost of tuition, and you get a stipend. Come on, how is that? That's really awesome. And, so everybody wants to be a part of the program. So after the first cohort graduated, man, the rush was on. And so today we have about 200 and almost 280 employees who are currently in or would have graduated in the first two cohorts participating in that. Ambro is in the leadership section, the leadership cohort, that's about 20 or thereabouts. Yeah. But the rest are at all the other levels, supervisor management. This is critical for us. And I would say we also have what I consider this our flagship program. And some of you may have heard about it, our work and study program. It really started before COVID, where we brought the college to our offices. So instead of persons, we are in Kingston only, and we partner with Portmore Community College. And instead of persons having to, trudge through traffic and get to college late, we brought the college to us. And persons are just at the end of their shift, you're just, getting yourself in the other zone and ready to learn. And that has paid off. And our company, between us and the college, the tuition is subsidized by 50%. Wow. 50%. So, you can study just of anybody. And that translates to approximately $5,000 per fortnight, because we get paid every 2 weeks. Yeah? All right. Every 2 weeks, you pay $5,000. You can get your degree over time. That's nice. That's another tool. And all of this came as a result of persons yearning. They just want to learn. Right. They want to learn. And in addition to that, we have numerous internal learning solutions. Our Ready Now program, Ready Now advocates, Ready Now at the mid-level, and Ready Now managers. So lots going on there. And we believe in developing our people. And let me just say this lastly, 75% of those who are involved in the GSS program are female. 75.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing. And, kudos to Sagility. We can take a page from Sagility's book. Ambrosine, this next one is for you, as I know you participated in the GSS program. So I'd like you to share what, your review of the program. What was that like for you? And what would you say are, the pros, and if there are any cons?
Great. So thank you for having me. I'm actually participating. I actually started the program last July. And I thought this is an opportunity to learn, so let me join. And I had always encouraged my team members to go to the WASP program and so on. So I thought
this is something for me to show them that it's really serious. Let's do this together. Let's learn together. And the program it is way more comprehensive than I had anticipated. We have a safe place to share best practices. We have very enlightening discussions in those sessions, and it's something that we really look forward to. And I just mentioned some of the modules that we have been through, some that are close to my heart and some that are integral to what we do at Sagility. So we've done performance management. We have done customer relations management. We have touched engagement and motivation. And there was one other one that I wanted to mention, but I can't recall just now. But it has really been a remarkable experience, and I would encourage anyone who has that opportunity to embrace it wholeheartedly. For me, it has enhanced some relevant skills. And in addition to that, I find that I am now more innovative. I am formulating different leadership strategies to ensure that as a team, we're hitting our goals satisfactorily. And, persons are really seeing what it is that we're learning from this program and wanting to join it. And this is a leadership and management, module.
Do you have any cons? What do you see that the program, might need, or your reviews as it pertains to opportunities?
So in terms of opportunities, it's a really good program. The only thing I would say is we have 2 cohorts. We really need to be looking at a 3rd one. And I would say to GSS, let's try and get that in motion quickly. It's really detailed, and every aspect, every module that you touch, you can use it in your everyday life. So right now, there's nothing that I would say is lacking now. Maybe as I progress, then I would be able to say that. But right now, there is, it's really going well. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing, Amber. And I'm gonna go over to I think we have Shauna.
Yes.
Shauna, thank you for coming. I almost missed you. My apologies.
Okay.
Can you share your involvement in this program? Have you been a part of a cohort, or what part did you have to play, and in which?
Okay, so I am currently in the supervisor management program for a year now. So we will be having our final exams, I believe, in 2 weeks. It's different in that I have done supervisor management course before. So when I heard of this, I thought it was like something that I've done before. But this actually is different. It develops you, the individual. It helps you to understand persons differently. I remember when we started the program, when we got to, I don't know if anybody here did the first one, when we got to module 4 that speaks about diversity and inclusion, everybody was like, we were, whoa, what is this and all that. And then we got to like module 6 that speaks about your personality type. And, everybody, we thought that I was this way because I'm this way. And then we realized that our personality was actually researched and everybody had a personality. So then we get to understand person. So instead of just saying that one just miserable and injust, yes, so we get to understand them differently. It's also, right, you can relate to them differently based on how they are. It also helps you to lead by example. It teaches you how to do that. So personally, it helps you to develop, and it allows you to be the best manager that you can be if you were to be promoted.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. Have you experienced anyone, and this might be for anyone of the ladies on the panel, maybe just that persons who have grown to the next level after graduating, what does that look like? Do you see a trend in persons once they have completed, getting promotion?
Definitely. We look out for that, and we will identify persons, and we say to them, you need to be a part of this program. Once they have completed be it WASP or the GSS program, even our internal programs. So, and if I step back a little, an advocate will not be promoted unless that advocate does the Ready Now program for his level. So it's a path. Yes, because we want people to learn. We want you to learn and grow, you know, not just because you're a good advocate, you're hitting your targets and so on, that you get promoted. And sometimes we make an error in that. It doesn't make you a good leader necessarily. And some people really and truly don't want to lead. They don't want to be responsible for anybody. And, you know, so we help them. We have to prepare them for next level leadership. So wherever you are, you're prepared. So there are the external courses and there are internal courses plus the mentoring that comes from the person's direct leader.
Also,
So
to
we
add
do
on
that.
what she said, you will see change from persons that graduate from the program. However, within the program, I can tell you for my class, my batch, there's like more than half of the group that was promoted recently, because it gives you that confidence, that boost. You know, you have learned things that when you would have to apply yourself outside of the work, but now you have been introduced to something within the work that you can say, hey, I think I'm ready for this now. You know, you feel the growth. You not just only see it, but you apply yourself and you tell yourself that, hey, I want something more. I think I can achieve more. So you will see that within these individuals once they are involved with the program. So it's a very good program. Like I said, you have persons that are outside. When we introduce them to the content that we have learned and other things that they might be missing on their everyday work. And when you bring that to them and bring it to their attention and you put it in your PowerPoint and you're like, how you do that? And I'm like, GSS man, it's like, how do I become a part of that? How do I become a part of that? So you're saying, that one is a little bit hard, but whatever it is, that's what I'm saying, whatever it is that you have gained, it don't just leave you like that. It stays with you. So you've always have that drive, that energy, that motivation to say, I want to become more.
Powerful. And do you think that can be attributed to the fact that it is 80% on the job training? So you're not just getting theoretical training for most of the time for the entire year. You have 20% classroom, but then you will have to
Right, you have to apply that outside.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right, because one of the things my batch will have, they constantly says that, darn, I have to go now and until he's going to be on my back. I wonder if she's coming in office tomorrow. So, you know, you practice till it becomes the norm. So you might not be a person that likes to coach. You might not like to talk to people, but once you practice, it becomes the norm. It becomes regular. So you will be doing something and don't even realize that you're even doing it. One of the things that I personally grow within the GSS is that one of the speakers said it before, when you're in a room as a female and you talk loud and passionate, people think that you're shouting. That's me. I'm strong. I'm always passionate. So once I go in that room, they're like, you mean business, you know? But that wasn't me when I started before. It's me now.
I was about to say you feel more empowered.
Right.
And that is what we encourage, when we have people go into these sessions. And just kind of alluded to it earlier, but at Agility, what we have is a leadership bench. So you might have completed the GSS program or another program, and we're not quite ready for you to move into your role. But we have you slated as someone who is ready, and we have you in mentorship.
So you're being prepared. You are getting to practice whatever you have learned in your training. So once it is that a position becomes available, then there it is, you have an opportunity to apply. Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing. And as we, as I said earlier, I missed the first part. So we're getting into the next segment where you get to share a little bit about takeaways from the session earlier. And I'm gonna ask
Shauna.
my apologies, Shauna. What would you say is one of the major takeaways or what stood out the most from the session earlier for you? Okay, I was encouraged when I see all these powerful women that you would have seen elsewhere, and you would have seen them on the television. Right. You'd like, whoa, she sound nicey. And then now you're here in a session with them and they're telling you their side of the story. Right. And you see that the challenges that you have, they also have it. One of the things that is always going to stay with me, and it came from the keynote speaker, Dr. Bell. And I will have to go home now to tell my children that it was okay to color outside of the box. Even though I don't remember the age, I stopped coloring out to get it all in the box. I know that I gave them a little bit of trouble to ensure that it's so. I'm going to go back now to tell them that in this thing that you call life, this box that you're coloring with your life, if you can go out of the box. All right. So that is something that is going to stay with me forever. Thank you for that. Yeah.
And I'm gonna take it down the line. So just same question for you.
What stood out for me?
Yes.
I was in a conversation, I think it was with Miss Bratty, and we were talking about being at the table, women. Being at the table. Yes. So we are now at the table, but we need to do more. We need to, well, I used to say we need to be head of the table and leading the discourse. But now, one of the ladies, I can't remember which one, said we probably need our own table as female. So I think we need to really focus as females how we break that glass ceiling and get to the top and lead the discourse and make that difference, because quite frankly, I think that we are better leaders because we have tentacles. We have to have tentacles all over, and we make it happen. We rise to the top. We're taking care of family. We are,
we're going to school. We're working.
Exactly.
We're going to the gym. We're trying to stay pretty.
Everything, Octavia. So I know we are, and I'm not looking at that table. There are a lot of men here. But I really do believe we're better leaders. We just need to not be fearful, because that came out in one of the discussions as well, that maybe it's a bit of fear why we more of us don't move forward. But be it fear or just that we don't have the time, because we have to be taking care of so many other things. And I know for me, if I am going to do something, I want to be able to give my 150%. Right. I don't want to do it half-hearted. And so, that is what we need to think about, because again, it came out another 132 years now before we get that equality, equity, whatever we call it. That's a long time. So, but we have to start. We have to break it down one rock at a time, break down this mountain. And today might be the start. And so I am, sort of giving GSS a charge to say, let's do this. This is not a one-day thing. It's not an annual thing. Right. It needs to be every day.
It needs to become a lifestyle. So we're coloring outside of the box. And that's my takeaway as well. That's you don't need to be all within there, because that's where creativity flows.
There you go.
That's where growth happens outside of that box.
Innovation.
Right. And we're not going to just come to the table. We're taking the table.
We're taking the table.
All right. Thank you for sharing. Chantal, your turn.
I must apologize because I have the little one with me, so I'm in and out.
Anything stood out from what was
But
discussed?
what stood out for me, I think it stood out for everyone. It's the coloring outside.
I
the
don't think
box.
that's the problem.
It's the getting the openness of
Yeah.
one's mind, getting the openness to other things, rather than keeping yourself to one particular sector. As females, we're grown to look at things a particular way, to be the soft and subtle one. But I think based on listening to these powerful women today, because let me tell you, all I'm saying at my table is like, man, these women are something. Like, it motivates me to know that even though I have a responsibility with my little one, I want to ensure that I am being that change for her. To know that whenever it is that I step out there, I'm not just being the change for myself, but also to bring in other persons with me. As another speaker said, try to bring others with you.
Right.
Don't just be selfish with it. Because even when you're setting the table, who are you setting it for? Who you want to be at that table. So you have to set your mind a particular way. And I think I will take away from this conference. I am glad I didn't stay at home. I'm glad I am here so I can witness, I can hear it, I can become a part of it, to know that leaving here, I'm encouraged to share with others. And I know today is it's a new day for me, because now I am going to change another human being.
Wow. And I applaud you. Thank you so much for that share, Chantal. And I applaud you for showing up, because you didn't have to show up having your little one.
Right.
You came with your little one nevertheless, because you needed to be here.
Right.
And
To
that's
tell
been
you that my
fearless and
baby
unstoppable.
dropped out like last night. Then I'm like, I'm just gonna go.
Thank you so much.
I think one that resonated for me as well, coloring outside the box. And when I heard that, my thought was, how is it that we as women are going to get that across to the younger women coming up? And, oftentimes we go into some of these children's homes, etc. That's a perfect opportunity for us to start having those conversations and reminding these young ladies that, look, it's okay, you can do something different. You don't have to be stuck in the path that all of us have been. You can try something differently and it's okay. So my thought is now, how do we get a group of us together to ensure that we pass this on to our young people? So that's kind of where I am.
Thanks for sharing. And we can take that lead, and as we or I or you can be that change and start.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
we have women here.
So
let's do it.
Let's get together. Let's get something started.
Let's do it.
That's
okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing. I'm sad that I didn't make it. I'm wondering, was it recorded? But I really appreciate the share and the highlights, that and what you have illuminated from the takeaways. And I really appreciate that myself. I'm excited, and I wasn't here earlier. I can get your passion, Chantal. So, and I agree with you, coloring outside of the box, showing up, being that change, being unstoppable no matter what. And as we close and we're wrapping up right now, I just want to recap what we've covered. We talked about the apprenticeship program and the importance of developing our people, not just engaging them, setting them up for success. And the GSS has done a tremendous job with the apprenticeship programs. We have those two right now, but there will be opportunities for others, not just leadership and development. That's important. And supervisory management, that's important. There are other skills gaps. And as we talk about the talent for the future of GSS. It might mean programs for persons who are coming in, because persons are not necessarily coming stock, but they're trainable. So we will want to go ahead and have those, opportunities and courses that will, benefit our organization. So thank you for your sharing. Thank you, GSS. And it was a pleasure. Thank you for having me. Do we want to do a question section, or we're good to go? Any questions?
I think we're good to go.
Concerns? Emotional outbursts? We are good to go.
You do it too.
When is the next conference? And I want to say thank you, GSS, for the invitation, because it felt so good to be in a room like this.
Right.
It's amazing.
She's agility. Yeah.
Right, and it felt good, and I really appreciate the opportunity. So I would really like to.
When next? Maybe something else for that.
I'm piggybacking on that. When next? But it was a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for having these wonderful ladies.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so we are at the end of today's session. It has been a long day, but I'm sure everyone here, can say that, it was educative. It was very informative, and of course, they would have learned something from the sessions that we had. So on behalf of the GSS Project Execution Unit, I just want to say thank you all for joining us today at our first GSS Gender Conference. I cannot say when the next one will be, but it won't be the last. And when we figure that out, of course, the industry will be informed. So I just want to say thank you to Dr. Bell for your presentation today. We really do appreciate you coming here and engaging with us. To all the speakers that are still here, those online, thank you as well for coming and sharing your knowledge and your expertise with us. To our partners, GSS Global Services Association of Jamaica, JAMPRO, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the HR consultant, Marsha Lee, who's here, those journals that you would have received in your packet. Thank you for supporting this event. So thank you guys, and do have yourself a great day.
Yeah, let me